Okay, it has been 60 seconds. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Failed Portrayal. I almost said well, I give myself the 60 seconds buffer for a reason. Buckle the fuck in, everybody.
This is gonna be a big one again.
Oh, yeah. It's Blue Eyes, so it's big. It's very big. Though, how shall I phrase this, chat, before we even get started? Blue Eyes has a long-standing history of legacy support, but honestly, compared to some of the weird shit they did with Red Eyes and even some of the weird DM combinations over the first decade or so, Blue Eyes is really restricted. Like, the number of monsters that are quote-unquote in archetype is like 6-ish until we get to the first structure deck in 2013, which is why we're doing this, by the way. Hi, this is Failed Portrayal. We're going to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. It's Blue Eyes today, not because of a poll or anything to try and ramp up viewership, though this will be hopefully very SEO-friendly, but because there, in case you didn't know, there's a new Blue Eyes structure deck because they remixed an old Blue Eyes structure deck, which is from about 2013, 2014, depending on the exact regions you're in, which immediately came after the Chaos Dragons structure deck that we did last week. So it's just one of those things where we just so happen to be on this kind of like retrospective for structure decks for a while before we will move on to our next phase, which will be Sinful Spoils. Honestly, that one's going to be interesting because I think that depending on how we do it, that might be a shorter series than some of our previous ones because the actual amount of archetypes in that is pretty compact. And depending on what we do, they may, like, immediately flow one from the other, because it's like Diabell and Snake Eyes, Goblin Bikers, you do White Forest, but White Forest also almost immediately goes into Azamina, and then it's just, like, whatever's left, man. It's, like, 4 tops. Anyway, we'll discuss that later. We're going to talk about Blue Eyes White Dragon because, as you may know, chat, the new structure deck and the new support is good. The waves of support the deck got as a result of the movie coming out in 2016 were also good. Blue Eyes won a Worlds one year. The Worlds they won was about 10 years ago because it was not the structure deck that set Blue Eyes on this path, though it did have some very important elements. It was the Dark Side of Dimensions movie pack, and then they released a side set, or maybe it was a core set, Shining Victories, which was clearly light-themed and involved some extra Blue Eyes cards, most of which are the ones you'll remember from this business. So, funny how it is. I'm going to start pulling up about 9 million. I think it's literally actually like 9. Drop my million exaggeration. It may literally be 9. Blue Eyes alt arts. To quickly recap, Axe is here with me. Loth is out getting a coffee. He will hopefully... Factually, he will be here later. In fact, we will not be done with this episode by the time he comes back from coffee. Vesper is also usually here. They're not feeling well. Come down with a stomach bug, it sounds like, which is not really ironic. It's just one of those things that rhymes a little because I was recovering over being ill with some stomach stuff. That's why there was no Halo yesterday. I'm still at 100%, but I'm good enough to yap about Blue Eyes for probably 3 hours. But we're going to pull up a lot of alt arts here. Let's see if I can secure them easily. But, as I'm sure many of you know, we can say Blue Eyes is probably one of the big 3 of the Bat Chest archetypes. It is one of the classics. You know, it is the rival to Dark Magician, and then, you know, the... Lancer best friend type with Red Eyes, though as actually people like to bring up, and I also like to mention, Joey's actual deck as a you know sidekick as the Lancer guy is very different. It's kind of all over the place. Okay. That is a bunch of the alt arts. Is that every alt art? We may have to go a little fishing, chat. But I'm sure most of you will not even need me to read out what Blue Eyes' stats are. But it kind of, much like Dark Magician, I want to say, set a precedent for how, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Not just how Yu-Gi-Oh! Rival characters monsters worked, but also just how Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters in general worked. Even to this day, Konami does not like to lightly exceed the power level of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Ultimate Engine of Destruction, etc. So there you go. You got the original old school art. I'm not sure where this print was first. But I have done similar collages when we've talked about Dark Magician and Red Eyes, so let's see how many of these freaks we can fit. I want to say shout out to Tag Force. It seems like for most of these, alt art's in digital form in a reasonable file size. Oh, also I should say while I'm getting this set up, hey everybody, just got previewed today, new cards PogChamp as they say, but Monarch support in 2025. How do we feel? Sorry, this is indeed taking me a second because there's a lot of Blue Eyes arts. This one. That's not a different art. Well, actually, no, that is technically a different art. That is. Yeah, okay, so there's a few of these that are not in. Let's see if we can hunt them down. God, how that won't work. Sorry, the Wikipedia has like the squared thumbnail versions of card arts. When you click them, it goes to the full card scan. I tried to just right click and see if that would blow up correctly. No, it's very tiny. It's like 50 by 50. Well, let's go on a hunt for the remaining alt arts then. Blue Eyes has so many alt arts, chat, that it's in Rush Duels. It has 2 alt arts already.
I feel weird that I've always just never really seen, like, I've always seen Blue Eyes kind of as overhyped, and Dark Vision kind of as just, like, not overhyped, but I guess, like, as, like, a thing that's, like, just there.
I mean, we've talked about this before. It's very funny that despite being arguably the more iconic guy because it was the main character's guy, Dark Magician is a deck that's never really been good competitively. Even when Spellcaster decks have been hot, they have not been hot with Dark Magician. Despite the fact that they do stuff like Illusion of Chaos and Master of Chaos pretty regularly, Magician's Soul's a crazy good card, right? They've tried to make good Dark Magician cards, but it just feels like people don't actually want to play Dark Magician, you know? To the point where now I think the most play Dark Magician probably sees is in Shining Sark, because they retrained him for that. And we've talked at length. Red Eyes is a deck that's full of good cards, but also full of terrible cards, so its good cards show up in other decks. Which I guess you could say about Dark Magician with Magician's Souls, but it hasn't been that way for a long time. Blue Eyes is a deck that is supposed to be powerful, so Konami does like to give it powerful cards, but you are correct that, like, for a long time, like I said, until the 2016 push that put this into Worlds, which many people will argue was very targeted and pushed. We will talk about those monsters' effects when we get there. Blue Eyes was, at best, kind of like a classic, Locals Legend sort of deck. Like, it's the original Big Bunguli's OTK deck, but it's not nearly as, like, I want to say, like, consistent with extra abilities as, like, Sidra, Galaxy, etc. But because of legacy support, Blue Eyes has arguably done better than those guys in a context of competitive, right? And I do want to say there are times, that's a very big one, when I would agree that I feel like Blue Eyes is a little overhyped. You know, we make the jokes about the bat chest and the Yugi boomers. It's a thing. Everybody knows this guy, or gal, actually, we should say. But we're in a state where, like, it's an iconic monster, and people have always wanted it to be good, I guess, is the big thing. Like, people have been trying to play Blue Eyes since Blue Eyes was the biggest guy you could summon for 2 tributes. God, is there not a good blow-up of the alt art that has Kaiba in it? I think that's another Kaz art. You can find that, like, in concept art form. But there's not, like, a good digitization of just the art. Yeah, maybe I'll show the kind of concept art in a second, chat, then. But yeah, Blue Eyes. Hold on a second, chat. I'm gonna look away from you because I'm refreshing my Creator Studio page because my preview is hung up. Okay, there we go. It's displaying correctly. All right. Sorry about that. I just wanted to refresh and make sure it was going correctly. Yeah, I guess we'll tuck this weirdo in there. But yes, I think, chat, you do have the correct opinion that basically what you're going to see is there's a point where Konami decides to commit to Blue Eye support. Like I said, that is I think it's Shining Victories is the set, and the Dark Side of Dimensions pack. Konami commits to Blue Eye support. It's enough to take them to Worlds, and then I think they're just like, well, that means every couple of years we have to release, you know, at least a couple more Blue Eyes cards, and they're committed to it. And they kind of do the same thing with Dark Magician. But, I mean, I think, honestly, the problem here, for some ungodly reason, Dark Magician doesn't have a structure deck. They've never tried to make a proper, not just, you know, oops, all anime cards. They've never tried to make a proper sellable Dark Magician precon. And you can argue they haven't really done that with Red Eyes either, but, like, Darkness Dragon came out in Dragon's Roar, which is one of the first 2 structure decks.
I find that really weird that... Like, I don't know what to say there. That's just kind of odd.
I mean, yeah, no, it is a little odd. It is. You would think one of their big sellers, you know, the Dark Magician, and there's literally a card called Destined Rivals, and they just don't market DM in the same way. So yeah, that I think gives Blue Eyes some fairly more consistent stuff. I think I would say the other issue is that while they've done a little bit to retrain some of Kaiba's monsters to be a little more Blue Eyes themed, we will talk about Neo, not Vorse Raider. What's the guy? Neo Sea Kaiser? Neo Sea Kaiser? They like retrained that guy like 2 times. But in general, like, that's the thing, because it has been a structure deck that is divorced from the anime. Kaiba was already pretty consistently a guy who plays Blue Eyes. You know, there were some alternatives with, like, the XYZ stuff, which has also been retrained and revamped a couple of times. Not to turbo success other than when they did ABC. That deck was very good when it came out. So good that I think I talked about this. The OCG had ABC Dragon, like, on their list for, like, years. Crazy long amount of time. But, like I said, because they kind of, like, recontextualized Blue Eyes as a separate thing, they can be more consistent with it. Yugi has this problem where, like, every time they want to do legacy support for his deck, I feel like they have to, like, spin the wheel of, like, okay, is it Dark Magician this time? No. Okay. We got to retrain Buster Blader. Did we already retrain Buster Blader? Yeah, but it was a weird lockout deck with, like, synchros and fusions. We want to make it work with the other Yugi stuff. What do? I don't know, man. Buster Blader of the Shining Sarcophagus. That probably won't happen. I don't think he played... Buster Blader did not see the Memorial Duel. But it is that kind of thing where, like around the time we were getting another block of, whatchamacallit, like, just before the Blue Eyes support block, right, they did, like, a big revamp on Gaia, which was pretty good. Like, the Rise of the Duelist stuff with, like, the third wave of Gaia support makes it a pretty consistent, like, OTK deck with some cool tools. Doesn't do a lot in the overall of the metagame, but, you know, they tried to make it a consistent standalone engine. And now they've added, you know, Gaia to Millennium. We talked about that a couple weeks ago. It's just like you said. It's a weird case where Blue Eyes is, I will say, and I think some people, even if you like Blue Eyes, can probably agree, Blue Eyes is a little overhyped. It'll be much later from now. It'll probably be about 2 hours from now. But I'm going to warn you, Chad. We're going to talk about Ultimate Fusion at some point. I will be mad. I am still upset of what they printed on Ultimate Fusion, and they never bothered to retrain Red Eyes Fusion while it was banned to be better. Because the OCG decided that it was better to keep Verte alive for like another year and had to limit and I think ban Red Eyes Fusion, a card which is arguably awful these days.
No,
Very
but people love Verte Anaconda.
Well, that all the stupid ass Link 2s, except I think Hulk and Union Carrier, I think they did actually hit. All of them are still legal in Master Duel, which terrifies me. Especially because, like, decks are so expensive these days that, like, it takes you forever to make a new one because you've got so many ultra rares in it. Anyway, lots here.
Hello. I have not slept at all.
Oh my.
So I needed this coffee.
It's important. But yeah, we have a bunch of Blue Eyes arts. You can take your pick. There's the classic one, the one that was the way it was shown in the anime with the weird side profile shot. That was also the one in like all the starter decks. I believe the other shot, which is also based off a different art in the manga, is the one that was in like the original Legend of Blue Eyes. There's, of course, the tablet version and also the White Lightning the World version, which are the same pose, but we changed the background file. Cool. I think the Kaz art of the Blue Eyes with the moon is probably the coolest.
Oh, that's Kaz.
Yeah, you can see his... It's a little small, but you can see his signature in the corner. If the stream's not too blurified. But yeah, that's a Kazuki Takahashi art. There's, like, the newer one, which I think might be in the new structure deck. Very modern style drawing. Looks pretty slick, looks pretty cool. And then, you know, our most recent alt art is another doing a weird-ass manga pose lifted directly from a manga panel.
I think I've mentioned this before, but I fondly remember having like a foil copy of the second Blue Eyes art here as a kid. Didn't go ripped up eventually, but, you know, I love that thing.
Also, saying this, in the OCG, they limited Red Eyes Fusion, if not banned it. I think they banned it for, like, a single ban list cycle. In the TCG, Red Eyes Fusion never had to be banned because I'm not exactly sure what it was about the meta. I think it was just different lists and the fact that we didn't... You couldn't just do the classic Master Duel strat of... your combo's ended, 2 monsters make Verte, send Red Eyes Fusion, make Dragoon, have Maxi in hand. So you're sitting on an indestructible asshole with a negate who's probably 4K, and you're drawing cards. And also on your turn is a pop 2. That just didn't work as well without Maxi, I guess. So despite the fact that people like thought Verte Dragoon format was going to be really cool, it was not as good. Like, there were a lot of ways around it. Yeah, I mean, I think immediately everybody was side decking Kaijus, for instance. And then, honestly, not too much later, DPE, Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, came out, and, like, that guy became such a more annoying target off of Verte. That's I think, when the TCG finally decided that Verte had to fucking go. The OCG also tried to weasel their way out of that one weird. It's the same in fucking Master Duel, where, like, they banned Celestial, I guess, so you don't draw two. But you can still play, you know, multiple copies of Fusion Destiny and shit. But yes, Dragoon did not have the stranglehold on the TCG like it did in the OCG. We'll throw up this. This is a concept art. Like I said, I couldn't find a good scan of the last one, but this is another Kaz art. This is one of the few cases where you will actually see the character summoning their iconic monster in the card art. But it's very classic as well. And like I said, I would be shocked if you didn't somehow know how the Blue Eyes White Dragon works, but it is a level 8 light dragon normal monster. It has 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense, again, defining a generation. And its flavor text reads simply: this legendary dragon is a powerful engine of destruction, virtually invincible. Few have faced this awesome creature and lived to tell the tale.
This was the boss monster. The first set was Secret of the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yep. So, it's a classic. And like I said before, obviously because it's pretty cool and strong, and had the best monster stats for quite a while. It took them a while to print monsters that were stronger than Blue Eyes, and even when they did, many of the ones that were over 3K had weird restrictions. Like, obviously, the actual trio of the Gate Guardians is pretty big, but it's an immense pain in the ass to summon, so you never in your life have you had to worry about somebody casually summoning normal Gate Guardian. I think the one of the big masked beast guys, either the ritual or the non-ritual big fucko, were bigger. Obviously, the god cards were either outright bigger or had the potential to be bigger, but we also didn't get those printed legitimately over here for many, many years. And like I said, the 3K 25K or 3K 2500 stat line has become iconic for a lot of monsters and kind of where the curve of level 8s are. They kept it that way for whatchamacallit, synchros, like same stats as Red Dragon Archfiend. Though I will say, Resonator / Red Dragon is a very interesting archetype that I feel like kind of avoided the same like crutch status that like a lot of cards like Cyber Dragon and Galaxy went into, because always inherently Red Dragon's kind of been a weird combo deck to like synchro climb through, and ideally you actually make several of these guys with very different interesting effects. But yeah, it's become kind of locked in. Like, I think all of the, like, Link 4 Borals usually start at, like, 3K. Some of them are, like, 35. But it's an iconic stat line for a reason. But, of course, what's cooler than one dragon? What if our one dragon... Well, I guess technically it's more of like, what if our 3 dragons became 1 dragon? But, Blue Eyes White Dragon, very iconic, obviously, got a lot of story in it. We talked about it a little bit with the Millennium the other time, and, Heart of Blue Eyes, which we will not be rediscussing, literally just did that episode. It has Blue Eyes in its name, but it is not a Blue Eyes card. But, Kaiba revealed the coolest trick ever, which is like, hey, I can fuse these 3 guys. Not just one big dragon. But Trace. This is a very interesting one. So, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was obviously known about for years. He was in the anime. Yeah, he's a little silly.
So I keep forgetting how great the original artist blurred out like this.
Yeah, this I'm pretty sure is like a manga panel transliterated.
I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah, there's a couple alt arts which I think are a little.
So I'm not saying much. I'm juggling a few things in to get ready for the Thursday.
Well, admittedly, there's not much to say yet. We've talked about a vanilla and a vanilla. Here's an alt art,
yep.
Chat. But this is a card that is one of the cases that took fucking forever, much like Meteor Black Dragon, to come out in America. It was a Shonen Jump promo once. Do you want to say what month or year this was supposed to come out? Wiki?
No.
Yeah, the answer is no.
He looks even derpier in the alternate card art.
Okay, there we go. I found it. There's absolutely no reason why they should not have printed this somewhere in the actual page, but I clicked on it to zoom in. The one that comes with Ultimate was the January 05, I believe. Possibly 06, because I'm looking at a scan of a Shonen Jump magazine still in the shrink wrap. But, it should be easier to cross-reference the fucking dates when these should show up. But it was sometime in 05, I believe, they actually printed it as a promo, but otherwise, if you didn't get that, you were SOL. And it took them until 08 to actually widely print it, which was way past when Ultimate Dragon would be relevant. The Ultimate Dragon actually has a couple of ults. I also don't know why it has the head markings as well. I assume that's supposed to be, like, showing their more ultimitude.
Does the brand come up again?
It shows up on some other versions. Well, that's the thing. So, it was a promo in 05, so it was out there, but it was not widely accessible. Like, you had to have gotten just from that specific Jump promo. It wasn't widely printed until 08, so it still did beat out Meteor Black, but, like, just barely. The funny thing is, in a second, we're going to talk about Shining Dragon, a card you could not summon because that was released in, I think, 04 or maybe earlier in 05. The movie was released. So guess what? You can't actually use Shining Dragon's effect because they didn't have that many legal printings of Ultimate.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that being a point of contention whenever I talked to Yu-Gi-Oh players back in the day. Blue Eye Shining Dragon sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's always sucked, like, but it's been a weird case.
Unless you're playing, like, Dueling Book or something. Because then you can actually have a Blue Eyes Ultimate.
So, Ultimate Dragon is a level 12 Light Dragon Fusion, very big, 4,500 attack, 3,800 defense. A card that is only ever matched by the likes of the Five-God Dragon, the Five-Headed Dragon, who also took a while to come out, by the way. But is still a big chunker. Its materials are simply 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. Now, Ultimate Dragon has kind of seen an interesting case where, like, obviously, most of you who get over your, like, playground sensibility of, like, oh, it's my 3 Blue Eyes fused together. 45 is bigger than 3K. Most of you can probably do math at home and realize, wait a minute, 3K plus 3K plus 3K is 9K. That's much bigger than 45. That's twice as much, in fact. And if you're on an open board state, that's enough to win the game. Whereas, unless you do some very advanced bullshittery, which would be pretty tough back in the day, though still possible. You could probably in Dragon Mirror. Was that X?
It's not like you'd have to be all three on board anyway.
I
if
mean,
you
you
used
could
you
pull
probably
it
had the two
off.
if you
Remember,
probably
Flute Summoning
use
Dragon
one in-
summons 2. Like, it was
Fair, but-
it was possible back in the day to actually get 3 on board.
But I guess I look at it as more of like you would just have, I guess, one on field, then you just use it with the ones in your hand or in your deck, depending what you had going on.
Well, it would
If
be
your
on
opponent
hands because
literally
or
just-
field back in the day.
If your opponent was also just enabling it, like, okay, I know you've won. I want to see you do it though.
It is possible to actually bring out all 3 Blue Eyes. And the thing is, unless you were doing some very funny things, like using Dragon's Mirror to banish, you're never going to summon 2 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragons because you need to use every single copy of Blue Eyes available to summon it. So it's a weird case where, like,
I don't know
mathematically,
what
it's not good.
I don't know what
Um,
Ultimate Alternative does, but I keep thinking about how, like, in the anime sense of things, it would have to have an effect because I know the whole point of Blue Eyes doesn't have an effect. It was just powerful, where it just kind of ignored weaker abilities of weaker monsters or something.
I mean, Ultimate Dragon. I think Ultimate Dragon actually kind of like is supposed to not be a good monster because Yugi beats it literally the first time it's summoned ever.
I think it's meant to be intimidating, I guess, because it's meant to be something you can't really beat over. But like,
Yeah, but Yugi uses clever use of spell and trap cards in a way that is not normally doable in the game, but makes sense for. Basically, he takes the advantage of the fact that Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is a big fucking beat stick with no protection to manipulate its attack stats, and only loses because, man, Duelist Kingdom Kaiba is like the shitterers of shitterers. I think the only thing that remotely comes close is him at the end of the Battle City tournament, where he very strongly considers just pushing the self-destruct button and blowing the fucking island up right away when he loses, and gets talked out of it. But the seismic vibrations of my incredibly realistic hologram technology might throw me off this fucking castle if you attack me. That sucks, Kaiba. Don't do that shit. It's very poor
I'm
sportsmanship.
holding myself hostage.
Yeah. But yes, so like it's a card that, like I said, is like immediately outed. After being made. Like it, so I don't think it was supposed to be that good. But like I said, the funny part of it is that this card was arguably bad until a certain little card came out called well, not really exactly Waking the Dragon, but Waking the Dragon started the concept because it has no restriction that it can't be special summoned, right? And also, it is not an effect monster, which means when they printed another little card, which is basically Waking the Dragons, called Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi. This is the biggest fucking guy you can summon off of Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi, a non-effect extra deck monster that can be specialed outside of its summoning conditions, because Five-Headed Dragon does have an effect. So Ultimate Dragon has actually come back and forth. These days, your extra deck space is tight enough, and you have enough good extra deck monsters in Blue Eyes that you do not need to run it. But compared to the literal alternatives, Neo and Ultimate Alternative, they have put themselves in a state where it was actually superior for a while to run Vanilla Ultimate. So, very, very funny case. But otherwise, yeah, Ultimate is just kind of like most people realized that what Kaiba did was goofy. Well, that's what I mean. Because you don't get a lot of the Season 0 stuff with Kaiba where he's just straight up a full-blown antagonist. He's just a sociopath. In the anime, that's where, like I said, Duelist Kingdom is, still very early in his character development. Arguably in the manga, it's more of a middle point. He's starting to be less shit, but is still pretty shit. But yeah, no. Ultimate Dragon is a very funny little guy. You could argue that it's still got strengths because it is you can use cards like fusion deployment, fusion armament, and stuff to play around with it. But I think your other your literal alternatives work as well, because those also just list straight up Blue Eyes.
The one thing I'll say, sorry, because you're talking about Kyber.
Yeah, go for it.
No matter what happens, I'll always fondly remember every dumb thing English Kyber has ever said.
Oh no, yeah.
That clip going around from the fucking Dark Side of Dimensions where he breaks the can. It's like, fire whoever made that.
Yes. But we talked about it earlier. Let's talk about the card that is technically supposed to flow from Ultimate, Shining. So,
Pyramid of Light.
Shining Dragon from the movie Pyramid of Light. I assume they got Kazuki to do this redesign. It is interesting. So we didn't talk a lot about Vanilla Blue Eyes' design. I feel like it's so iconic it's hard to describe. It is a very distinct, unique look for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragons. A lot of the old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragons do have, kind of specific parts. Blue Eyes has kind of a, like, rounded head, but very much emphasis on the mouths, big wings, big claws kind of a thing. Very distinct silhouette. As opposed to, like, Red Eyes is kind of spindly and punky. Yes, no, this has orbs.
They're technically circles.
Yeah, they're not perfectly
Not as
spherical,
big.
but they're like little like semicircles. You can see some of them kind of bubble out, like bubble wrap.
I blame my current adult mind, but you saying the words, my first words were neutral blast attack. Just made me imagine just everyone freaking the fuck out.
Well,
Our
you know,
child
there's
speaking
neutral
in
blast.
tongues.
But yeah, the Blue Eyes has a classic silhouette and like the kind of like King Ghidorah-fied form with Ultimate Dragon, has a similar iconicness to it. Shining Dragon is definitely still in the ballpark of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragons. It's a little robotic. It's got like feathered wings, which is both kind of Egyptian, but also kind of like I would feel almost kind of like a phoenix. Like this is a card that looks like a Nephthys in the future.
Its face looks more trident-like.
Yeah. Though they've done some very interesting like redesigns of Blue Eyes' head area, despite it being so iconic. We've got early Konami
I swear,
orbs.
if you change... Sorry
Go for
to
it.
interrupt you, Omega. I don't mean to. Discord. I swear, if you only change like a few bits and bobs of this could just be a Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, it could be an early Cyber Dragon. It's a very, very odd case.
Yeah. That's right, Zed.
They did make a model, so this is literally a Figma.
Sorry, again. You're saying that's had the bit from Lucky, was it a day or two ago? It's like, it's only a model.
Yeah. Also, yes, no.
I
In the
apologize
movie,
in
they tried to
advance.
hype this up that this could defeat the God cards. This can't. This is a terrible card. So Blue Eyes Shining Dragon, which is all the Blue Eyes have the like doubled text. They have the Furigana and the Romaji. So it's Shining Dragon is Seigan no Koryu, which means Blue Eyes Light Dragon, but is Blue Eyes Shining Dragon. So there's a little bit of layered play there. It's a level 10 dragon that has the exact same stats as Blue Eyes. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand by tributing an Ultimate Dragon. Gains 300 attack for each dragon monster in your graveyard. When a card or effect is activated that targets this card, quick effect, you can negate that effect. I believe that is post-PCST. So for the year 2004, like I said, which again, literally like a year before they even printed Ultimate Dragon the first time, let alone in widely accessible because it wasn't in actually a booster set. Targeting protection, really cool. Unlimited targeting protection, very fun. Chat, once again, what's the problem with this card? Besides, obviously, the fact that it's got a dog-ass summoning condition that you literally cannot perform in the TCG. That's normal for most boss monsters. Now, if you're wondering, if your little math brains are going, wait a minute, 3k less than 45, you are correct. Especially because, yes, it gains 300 attack for every dragon in your graveyard. Now, obviously, you probably have to be making tributes to summon Blue Eyes, but it's not like there were super consistent dragon decks, in 04. There weren't that many tricks to summon them out. Like, I think Dragon's Roar may have been out. I don't remember. But, like, dragon support was not quite as solidified as it used to be. So, yes, at minimum, you do need 4 dragons in your graveyard to make this, because presumably you've fusion summoned Ultimate Dragon. 3 times 4 is 12, so that makes this 42. You have to have a whole ass extra dragon before it's the same attack as Ultimate Dragon. Now, admittedly, that does just mean if you can get a mere 6 dragons in your graveyard, you can be bigger than Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and you have a protection effect, which is nice. But why would you go to all this trouble with a at the time, mostly unsearchable guy? Arguably, this... If it weren't for the fact that they've printed cards in this archetype that are way better protected, this could be a legitimate modern card, because it is still... Infinite negates of effects that target it is still pretty reliable. But it's one of those cases where it sounds cool. It's not going to work. I guess... Like, I guess...
Sorry.
No, it's problem. No problem. Like, Pegasus is technically not wrong. If you go through the process of summoning this, like I said, you're 43, you're bigger than Obelisk the Tormentor, but Ultimate Dragon is already bigger than Obelisk the Tormentor. Unless Obelisk the Tormentor tributes 2 monsters to activate Soul Energy Max, at which point he has... I think he gets infinite attack when he does that in the anime and the manga. I don't remember. It's bad for you. If you're staring at Obelisk the Tormentor and he goes Soul Energy Max, you're going to explode in fire like that one robot that Kaiba dueled. Also, yes, no, the weird fin things on the side would probably be a little better closed. I don't know why they used a head-on shot. I think the anime mostly used, like, side shots, which look better. It's a weird one. But, like I said, this deck did get a little bit of the old-school support back in the day. They had a few tricks up their sleeve. One of which was, if you've ever seen or heard of them, this has the first Paladin of blah 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 monster. The Paladin of White Dragon. Which did actually become a thing. There are several of these days. Some of them are not awful. And right away, Blue Eyes was trying to give you some ways to stop being, as unfortunately they may have been known in the past, Brick Eyes. And I'm sure most Blue Eyes players will not be upset when I say that, because let he, the Blue Eyes player who hath never bricked, throw the first stone. You guys are known for playing trade-in for a reason, homie.
No, you shouldn't say stone. You should say the first hand.
Let them throw the first throw stone unit. Yeah, I feel like I want to say I love and hate Paladin of White Dragon, because, like, this is a weird-ass, ugly-ass card.
It made a trend in design as a thing that exists, but it was never good, because, again, this would work if it was, like, in the first, like, 2 or 3 sets, because it would be a 1900 beater you could get out of having shit with, like, the highest thing you would get is, like, a Totemi Giant.
This is Magician's Force, so, like, this is still fairly
I mean,
early.
was it before or after Archfiend Soldier or a Beast of Darkness?
I mean, it's definitely after, whatchamacallit, Gemini Elf.
Use it with the ritual armor to make it a 3400?
I mean, you could do stuff like that. I mean, that's not why you're summoning this guy. But, like, Magician's Force is, one of the earliest sets of released. Like, it's like 2 before Invasion of Chaos, right? So we're still pretty early. But we do have 1900 beaters at that point. I don't think we had Archfiend Soldier or Mad Dog of Darkness yet. I think those were like Dark Crisis. But no, I'm talking about visually. This guy's just so weird. Like, he's fucking green. His armor is awful. This guy is showing way too much fucking leg. He's jacked as hell. The ritual weapon which he does have is weird as all get out. And he's got like a weird little blue eyes wyvern, except it doesn't even have blue eyes. Its eyes are fucking yellow. It is white, though, I guess. It's white in the same way that all the other blue eyes are white, which is they're kind of a bluish toned off-white. But also, This guy's design is just so Yu-Gi-Oh! He's got a weird hat. His armor is dog shit. He's fucking green for no reason. He's riding a weird little dragon. Like, it's very Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm glad they used some censorship shadows in the card art for White Dragon Ritual, because otherwise, we'd be seeing some stuff from this low-ass angle.
Yeah.
I don't remember when Vorse Raider actually got printed.
I just remember when we tried to get it, it was just like super fucking rare.
Yeah, the original printing was an ulti. They had a starter deck Kaiba Evolution, which I think also had Vorse Raider, where they reprinted it at common. So like it's accessible, but I don't know if this should have been an ulti, an ultra. So as usual, like they decided to do a little interesting thing here, by the way. So this guy's name in the OCG, the Japanese name is Holy Knight of White Dragon. Usually that does get translated as Paladin, but the Romaji just said Knight of White Dragon. So they decided to go with Paladin, and I think they swapped that around, where I think one of the more recent ones, like maybe Armor Dragon, was like a Knight of Armor Dragon for like Armed Dragon. They did some weird stuff. Anyway, this is a level 4 ritual. It's a Light Dragon level 4. 1900 attack, 1200 defense. You can ritual summon this with White Dragon Ritual, which is just a normal ritual spell that says you can summon Paladin of White by sending levels 4 or more. First, at the start of the damage step, if this card attacks a face-down defense position monster, destroy that face-down monster. So it's got a Sasuke Samurai type effect, which is not terrible in Magician's Force. And also, the more prominent effect is you can tribute this card, special summon Blue Eyes from your hand or deck, but it can't attack for the rest of this turn. By the way, that's a name check effect, so that is effectively a hard restriction. It doesn't say that Blue Eyes White Dragon. It just says Blue Eyes White Dragon, period, can't attack. I believe... Let me check Appearances tab, but I'm pretty sure this was in one of the filler seasons. Yes, this was in the Orichalcos season. The Atlantis time. And did show up again in GX with Kaiba Man. So yeah, this had some anime push, so that's why it's got some weird effects. We're trying to do support. And it's a cute concept, but obviously this is the kind of thing that, like, very quickly got outpaced. Back in the day, I think this is, again, for 2003, this is pretty accessible. It's a ritual summon of a 4, which is, like, what most of your monsters are anyway. It's a 1900 beater, which is okay. You know, that's the best you're going to do with normal summoning a level 4 anyway. It does have a, at the time, decent effect to just pop face-down monsters at the start of damage step before you flip. So, like, that was a legitimate thing you had to worry about. Yeah, it may technically have been in the movie first. I don't remember the exact timing on when they released the movie. And then, like, it's not a quick effect, but tribute this card special of Blue Eyes from your hand or deck. Like, legitimately, that's the primary effect you get at a Fiend's Sequence. Admittedly, Sequence, like I said, is a quick effect, which is much better, but, like, that's an effect that's good to this day in the right context. So, like, we're trying, but obviously we're slacking a little. And now we must show off also the other, like, anime-ass team-up card. Especially because this will come back later, but there was also another weird anime wombo combo guy. Dragon Master Knight, which is, again, the OCG had a little more colorfully. It was either Ultimate Dragon Knight, literally, or Master of Dragon Knight. so they switched around the grammar to be Dragon Master Knight. Ultimate Dragon Knight would probably have actually worked a little better, literally, because this is the fusion of Blackluster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This is just, I think, like a variation on the shot in the anime where they do this. This is from the first, like, VR World, like, filler episode, where, you know, the big five become the five-headed dragon, and Kaiba and Yugi have to work together to beat it. How do they beat it? Well, we put Blackluster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragons back. Classy fusion monster aesthetics. Literally just two guys together. But this is a level 12 light dragon fusion. 5k, so same stats as 5-guy dragon. It's Blackluster Soldier plus Blue Eyes Ultimate, like I said. Must be fusion summoned. So we've learned a little. This card gains 500 attack for each dragon you control, except this card. I don't remember exactly how they made that work. I think, like, they had everybody summon a dragon. So, like, Joey summoned Red Eyes. Mai summoned Harpy's pet dragon. Moku was there. He probably had a dumb, weird dragon that nobody remembers. But they summoned some extra dragons to make it bigger. This card is bad. Not great.
It's cool as a concept, but I don't think it really goes anywhere past that.
Yeah, there's a retrain of this card that's very famous. That is a much better card while still being kind of true to its roots and much more interesting. This is just a anime plot device card. They didn't really put a lot of extra thought into it, other than it becomes very big. This card has never been popular because it required
Thanks so much.
a fusion monster who wasn't fucking accessible. This card was printed in the like Ultimate Edition sets as a promo, as a special bundle in 06. Once again, several years before they actually mass printed Ultimate Dragon. And then it also used Vanilla Blackluster Soldier as a component.
Honestly, I guess how I think about it is just like I just, when we think about cards this old, I just think about card how it would be in a modern thing, where it'd just be like, oh, this is the contact fusion with basically any Blue Eyes fusion monster, any Blackluster Soldier monster on the field.
It's funny you say that. That's very much. I mean, I think even in modern context, it shouldn't be a contact fusion, just because they did use, you know, they used poly, they used a spell back in the day. It's not like a weird condition, but
true. But I think it
pretty
should be
easy
like
to
both
set
should be on the field, I guess. But I guess.
But yeah, I also agree with chat. I believe that the main thing was that it was literal in the anime. It was literally Buster Blader. It was all dragons on the field and in the graveyard, which is like
Buster Blader makes more sense because that guy is really meant to be a Dragon Slayer. So
Yeah.
Dragon Slayers being a Dragon Rider is kind of not a new concept.
Oh, and it's a very weird case of, like, once again, the anime could have fixed this. I think they knew who Buster Blader was, because the manga was at least that far. This should be Ultimate Dragon plus Buster Blader, right? Right, chat? Like, that would actually make this make fucking sense. But it was Blackluster Soldier, I guess, because that was the most powerful guy Yugi had summoned in the anime to that point, even though I'm pretty sure the manga should have been far enough ahead that they would have known. Because, like, that filler episode was, like, literally right before they started Battle City. So they must have known Buster Blader existed. So, like, yeah, it's a really weird one. It's just one of those weird cases where, like, there was a little more option. Again, the OCG got to play around with these a little earlier. I don't know why, like, in the Upper Deck days, they played so fast and loose. I guess they wanted to do more, like, promos stuff. Like, make these big, iconic anime guys more of a big deal release. But it ultimately didn't really matter that much. All right. But that is, like, our first, like, blob of, like, the proper old-school Yu-Gi-Oh! Support. Kaiba Man will be next, but he came out a couple of years later. Actually, I think he was like 05.
Yeah.
like that was more towards the GX era. As Chad has mentioned, Ultimate, Shining, Dragon Master Knight, and stuff. Those came out a little earlier in the OCG. So these are the OGs. But I'm gonna step away for a sec. And be right back. So if I know Loth, you were muted for a little bit there. If you have anything to say about Master Knight or any of the other old school Blue Eyes shit, go for it. I will be right back, chat.
If I can be honest, mainly everything that Omega and Axis said, I echo.
There's like a slight. I don't know. Okay, it's less an echo and more of, how do I put this?
What? Are you trying to correct what I said? That I agree with what you said?
No, I said it wrong because I don't think it's not an echo where it's like actually like there's sound effects after what you're saying. It's more there is a warble when you are talking.
I'm.
Because an echo would insinuate there's like a secondary input source. It's more of the.
Okay, let me change it. I agree with what was being said. I don't know why you were hung up on the echo part.
It's because I thought I wasn't trying to correct you. I was correcting myself.
Okay, that sounds like a you thing. Now Omega has covered up with gone fishing, but I was trying to stare intently at fucking his. What was it, Dragon Master Knight's stupid fucking green face? What is that? No sleep, barely effective coffee, and whatever that was earlier. Oh.
Why is everyone I know always so tired?
Because I didn't sleep today. I'm not normally this tired.
That's fine. I have a friend of mine who legitimately just like, like they can sleep like 12 hours and they still feel tired.
But what I've heard from you, Ax, you know many people who have many problems.
I do.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying as an indictment of you. I'm just saying that that's what you said. And I'm stating it as like just an observation.
I know a lot of people, yes.
Well, BLS was a guy who was green. I don't want to touch that with a 5-foot pole. That's. Oh, hey, Omega's unmuted. Welcome back.
Yeah.
What skin color is Blackluster Soldier?
Is he green originally? Hold on.
Because, yeah, and I noticed in the Dragon Master Knight he was green, and it was very off-putting.
Oh, that's a terrible scan. That's, like, colored weird. Let me try and get a clean. I think he's kind of greenish. Yeah, it looks like in the old school art he's kind of, like, pale green skinned, but it's hard to tell because of the way the art is, like, posed and the lighting.
That's
Gaia
weird.
is also kind of green. This one, they probably should have done a slightly different tone because he's also, like, emitting his legendary Super Saiyan
green
aura.
fog gas.
No, I was going with the Broly reference, but yeah, sure. He's, like, powering up with a weird green aura.
What are you talking about, Omega? Blackluster Soldier could totally beat up Blue Eyes White Dragon.
I mean, they would crash.
For those who would not understand the reference, I'm poking fun at the one guy, director of the original Broly movie, who says Broly can beat up everyone.
Let's talk about another living legend. Just one of the greatest cards of all time. Also, yes, I agree with Chet. Absolutely, if we're going to keep doing these retro supports, especially because we've got kind of like... well, not only do we have this, like, weird synchro theme with Blue Eyes that keeps getting recycled, but also, Blue Eyes is like, a greedy fuck, and is extended not only into their own synchro territory, but has a Link 1 now, and also has a fucking Ixie, has an Xyz rank 8. What the fuck? As you know, rank 7s was the domain of Red Eyes and Dark Magician. How fucking dare you? It's like looking at a mirror. Anyway, it's Kaiba Man. Arguably, while, like, funnier, not as cool as Lord of the Red, speaking of retrains that need to happen. But yeah, very iconic look.
His fucking smile is so off-putting.
Well, it's because it's Kaiba Man, right? It's just Kaiba in a funny hat, but also, like, I don't know. It's so funny to me to imagine Seto Kaiba, like, becomes his, like, goofy, you know, tokusatsu alter ego, and he's just like, yeah, I'm a cool guy. Look at me.
Like, my brain is struggling trying to picture Kaiba with that kind of smile.
Yeah, it's wild. But also, yes, retrain Shining Dragon and retrain Darkness. You've done, like, we've literally retrained Meteor Dragon twice.
A bit of an odd thing. I enjoy the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Back card art, just in the art as well.
Yeah, we've just drawn the card art. It's good. No, this is great. But yeah, Kaiba Man is just a classic, and it's just... I can only imagine that Kaiba Man exists because Kaiba, like, started buying stock in Industrial Illusions. And, like, it just, like, was, like... Whether it was made by Mokuba or made by him, Kaiba just, like, holds up, not a gun, but a exceptionally sharp Yu-Gi-Oh card to Pegasus and says, hey, make me a card. Make me a cool card that supports Blue Eyes. Maybe that's why he's smiling, is because Pegasus drew this card art and was like, oh ho, I'm going to give that guy a smug smile. He's never smiled in his life.
You know what I can totally picture? Kaiba said, make me a card that supports Blue Eyes. And Pegasus was like, I'll make you a card.
Yeah. Also,
Careful
I gotta
how
say,
you word things.
This is a very great thing to bring up. But technically, his name is shortened in English, and to his detriment, this card's original name in Japanese is Segi no Mikata, Kaiba-man. That's right. This is an ally of justice, Kaiba Man.
It is just, it's just being a suit. It's just him as a suit actor, yeah.
It's great. I love it.
Fucking just picturing him next to fucking Catastrophe.
Yeah, those I think were actually written as AOG or AOJ, but like, yeah, he's Segi no Mikata.
They should have. I know it's not. It doesn't have to be, but they should have given him a fancy belt.
No, he's got a normal. He doesn't even have Kaiba. Actually, has in real life a fancy. Like, he's got a Kaiba Corp belt buckle. Kaiba Man's a light warrior, level 3 with 200 attack and 700 defense. Once again, we have to assume that this is Maximilian Pegasus taking the piss. And this is basically I want to say a soft retrain of Paladin, to be more straightforward. It just says, tribute this card, special a Blue Eyes from your hand. A Blue Eyes White Dragon. This is another card that I'd love to see as a retrain.
It isn't the worst.
No, especially because this was in 05. This was, by the way, originally a promo card in 7 Trials to Glory World Championship Tournament 2005. Now available in the early days collection, which means that that's the printing of this card I own, because I owned 7 Trials, or still own, actually. I've still got the cartridge somewhere. So I actually have the promo version of this asshole somewhere. But they reprinted him in both the Dragons Collide structure deck and the Saga of Blue Eyes White Dragon structure deck, and in a lot of other structure decks. This guy got reprinted as late as 2021 before they decided we need to stop doing that. There might be one of the Eyes of Blue, might be a 3. There's a couple of weird ones, but yeah. This guy defies all convention. He's a warrior. He's level 3. And just kind of like has kind of fallen out of like style, but is still again such a classic example of them trying to bring support to this archetype. And we got another one. They started leading up to the synchro stuff, even though they did not actually release the synchro for a while. But they tried it because in 08, still well before the structure deck, we got the original, the White Stone of Legend. Which is just, I think, let me double check the translation. I think that's its Japanese name. Also, oh my god, sorry. I'm worried I'm going to fuck up my mic balance because my Control-C hand is like, the keyboard is right in front of the USB port, so we've moved that now. But, let's see. Yeah, so the Japanese is literally Legendary White Stone. The English version, the Romaji, is just White of Legend. So, the TCG kind of bridged both names to White Stone of Legend. It is a rock.
Is it a rock or an egg?
It's kind of egg-shaped.
I always thought it, like, even though it says the White Stone, I just pictured it's an egg.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's what everybody interprets it as.
The outer shell of the egg is so hard it must be a rock.
Sorry, I had to get something. Yeah, I mean, technically, we have, the Blackstone of Legend. It's not quite the same, but it's out there. It took them, 10 more years to print it. Actually, it was like 7, but yeah. Which is, by the way, the Blackstone of Legend, the Red Eyes card, has the exact same name format. It is, Densetsu no Kuroishi Blackstone, but Black of Legend. What we need is the like you said, the Blackstone of the Ancients.
Also, literally, like, the volcano lady to be,
Oh, I mean, like, the untapped, because they did it for fucking Cross Duel, which failed, but there's untapped waifu potential in Red Eyes.
I still think they should make the clan, like, the fucking mix between, like, Hawaiian and Ainu style people of, like, the a volcano tribe of, like, Black Dragon.
I mean, I'll take it this. I got a simpler version, which is just like, hey, Dark Dragoon, how that was, like, super problematic? You should retrain that, but make it DMG instead, because she's tan sometimes. Unlimited waifu potential.
They do remind to get. They do sometimes remember to give, like, I guess an Egyptian style skin tone to, like, the magicians.
It depends on the version. Like, obviously, when it's supposed to be Mana, who is now like actually a card because they did that for Mahad as well. Like, it's the same. And Apprentice Illusion, I think also the illusions are more tanned. Then we get to Nightmare. The Nightmares are more pale, but they're different, being illusions. Anyway, White Stone of Legend. You've seen this guy. This is a Light Dragon, level 1, Chuna. So like I said, they were obviously setting this up as a synchro archetype to start, but did not actually give you the payoff for a couple of years. It's got 300 attack and 250 defense, a classic for cards of consonants, which lets you discard a low attack Dragon Tuner. Which is good, because this card just says if it's sent to the graveyard, add a Blue Eyes from your deck to your hand. That's it. That's all it does. It's a level 1 Dragon Tuner, and it adds Blue Eyes when it's sent to the graveyard, which is a great follow-up for a lot of things. I do not actually think back in the day you were supposed to synchro with Blue Eyes with this, but more just that, like, you could be playing a synchro strategy, use a level 1 Dragon Tuner, and just then add a Blue Eyes for follow-up. But again, you're starting to see already the direction Konami would be taking this archetype. And again, for fucking, like, 08, very strong support. Just whenever sent to graveyard, add a Blue Eyes. Classy. Well, it's funny you say that about Alexis, because there was a time where she was, whiteified bathed in light like everybody else.
Mm.
I mean, there's no really good way to. The Society of Light thing is arguably quite problematic. But during that time, she used some guys, some monsties. Who had a name of White Knight, including also a White Knight Queen. Sorry, I just White Knight Queen we don't need to talk about because it doesn't have the pun in it, but she's got very hilariously bad censorship in the TCG where they like took her down like 2 cup sizes in the TCG. And that's all they did.
Feels so unnecessary, just considering how like people can't look at the card that closely.
Oh no, it's just like they're like, I think they're getting lighter about it, and obviously they do the Lost Arts now. But no, the reason why I'm bringing up Alexis and the White Knight is there is a card which was also released around this time frame called White Knight Dragon, and you may be wondering, oh Omega, why are you talking about White Knight Dragon in a Blue Eyes episode? It's not really clear from the TCG name, but the OCG name is obviously a pun because it is Blue Ice White Knight Dragon, or White Knight's Dragon, which is Blue Ice White Knight's Dragon, aka it is pronounced very similar to Blue Eyes White Dragon. So it's a pun in Japanese that is not communicated as well in American. But yeah, White Knight Dragon is kind of a fucker. This is a water dragon because at certain points Alexis had an ice thing going on, much stronger in the manga, but it did show up a little in the GX anime. It is a water dragon level 8 with 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense, so same stats as Blue Eyes. Obviously, it's a dragon made of ice, which is cool. And this says, during either player's turn, when a spell trap that targets this card's activated, negate it if you do destroy it. So, kind of similar to the print version of Shining's effect. And also, when another face-up monster you control is targeted for an attack, you can send one spell trap card you control to the graveyard, change the attack target to this card. And yeah, this for, again, you know, a like medium to late GX, an 09 card, took them a little bit to print it. Perfectly fine. Like it's just very funny. But yes, this is kind of a Blue Eyes adjacent. It is very clearly supposed to be a pun.
I was wondering why I kept seeing this guy whenever I typed in like Blue Eyes and shit.
Yeah, no, it's a similar like writing. So depending on what you're searching, the name may be in there. But yeah, it's a weird one. We also roughly during this time period got, I think, our first actual like proper spell card support. And chat, you may have to remind me if I end up later missing some of these cards. But they went through a run in the era of around 04 and further on of doing the iconic attacks. So obviously, you know, Inferno, Fire Blast, and Dark Magic Attack. But we got Burst Stream of Destruction, which is very interesting because in the anime, they usually dubbed Blue Eyes' attack as White Lightning Attack because it makes more sense, though obviously I have to wonder how they did the fucking, like, whatchamacallit, like the lip flaps. But in the Japanese, Blue Eyes' attack name is Horobi no Burst Stream! Burst Stream of Destruction, which is also written out, by the way, as Horobi no Bakuretsu Shippudan, so also could be translated literally as Burst Gale Blast of Destruction. You know Kaiba made that shit up on his own.
Mm-hmm.
It's so extra. But yeah, you know, many people know the Horobi no Burst Stream. This is a normal spell. It says, if you control Blue Eyes White Dragon, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Blue Eyes can't attack the turn you activate this card. So, kind of similar to what we're doing. But the real support starts now. Now they released the structure deck. The Saga of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And with it, we got a card that I am quite frankly shocked that it took them. No, let's see. It was what, 2013? Yeah, 2013 before they printed the structure deck. So like, I want to say like 10 years to come up with. But I'm sure you've all seen this. This is the original White Woman jump scare. The Maiden with Eyes of Blue. Which is a Eyes of Blue, or with Eyes of Blue, is a separate sub-archetype that supports Blue Eyes and is written usually as Aokime. And, yeah, they did it. They printed it.
It's the one.
So, if you guys don't get this, if you are some kind of non-anime Andy, in the original Yu-Gi-Oh, a lot of the classic Yu-Gi-Oh monsters for a lot of our characters showed up as, summoned spirits in the original game, which we actually talked about a little during the Millennium episode, that are, made up of soul energy from various sources. Dark Magician is Mahad, the Pharaoh's good buddy and close supporter. I forget what his actual whatchamacallit, what Kaiba's reincarnation's name was off the top of my head. But he had a thing where his ultimate dragon was summoned because he ran into a strange albino lady. She literally had, white hair and blue eyes in ancient Egypt. And, he helped her out with some stuff, but they didn't like her because she was weird and different. And so she ultimately sacrifices herself to become, the ultimate creature of destruction. Which is presumably why, as that guy's reincarnation, Seto Kaiba has a very particular relationship with the Blue Eyes, because it is an actual soul monster that is very strong. Why did a random albino woman produce one of the strongest soul monsters of ancient Egypt? I don't know. Kazuki Takahashi thought it sounded cool.
I can't remember. Wasn't it like some weird thing where like his father was like, "Don't you know she's from this clan or whatever?" Like,
I don't remember actually. That's definitely kind of the direction the card lore goes. It gets looped into basically that there is a clan or tribe with the Eyes of Blue who are connected to the Dragon Shrine, the Mausoleum of White, etc., the Beacon of White, various other cards that have white in them. And
I have some very dumb things I could say, and I'm not sure if I
has the power to not really become one with the... Like, she doesn't... At least the Maiden with Eyes of Blue does not usually seem to transform into the dragon so much like her card effect we're going to read in a second. She has the power to summon them forth, either in spirit form or in normal form, but they are linked.
Honestly, at least we know, I don't think any of it's racially charged. Because, at least, because I don't think Takashi is going in that direction, at least if it's like the actual anime lore.
Yeah, I mean, I think her just being albino was just an excuse for her to be different and weird to the people in the ancient Egypt.
Because
I have to be careful about phrasing this to paint too broad a brush with the Japanese fandom, but I know from a long history of watching anime, as a culture, Japan is usually very emphasis on social conformity. That's been through some things over the years, but they are still very, very strong about that, for, like, school and office culture. So, like, not looking distinctly Japanese is, frowned upon, but also that means that naturally there is a certain sort of exoticization of it. It is very exotic. They almost feel
I
kind
was
of
more
like a
thinking
reverse
about
Orientalism.
that's fair. I was more thinking about the whole thing of being like it's the white woman that becomes the greatest weapon of all.
That part is probably not meant to be anything, but like I said, if this company wasn't Japanese, they would not be able to get away with saying shit like the beacon of white and,
or how
Blue Eyes
the
White
latest structure,
destiny.
I actually people still make fun of that because that's super racially charged.
Yes, it's arguably the English name is still kind of
Oh, the
creepy.
Japanese name is actually called White Power, which is even worse.
Yeah, no, like it's one of those things where like we gotta be careful about like, making them work out.
I know. Okay, I know this is a dumb statement. Like, it's interesting, but like, in Japan, the word white is a color.
Yes, they don't. I mean, there is a lot to be said, I think, of just like a lot of like beauty standards and like paleness versus tanness, and certain ways that not just Japan, but several large East Asian media conglomerates treat people with a certain melanated character. Feel free to direct all of your critical comments to Hoyoverse exactly. But again, I don't think Konami really means anything deeper by this. It's just they make a big deal of yelling out "White Dragon" in the anime, and so they had to do some stuff with that, and it's a little weird. And like I said, if this would not fly in modern Magic the Gathering, a game that literally had to kind of like legacy ban and kind of like reword several of their cards because they were made in like the 90s and were not very sensitive to certain topics. It's just the kind of thing where like you couldn't trust Americans to print this shit. Arguably couldn't trust Europeans to print this shit. But it is made in Japan, so again, they probably don't mean it that way, but we may still make some memes about just how fucking on the nose.
I just have to get it out of the way because I feel like that's a thing that like we would get to at some fucking point.
Yeah, but we can I think talk about it a little at the front and sidestep that and just talk about it's Maiden with Eyes of Blue. Her name in the anime was Kisara. Maiden with Eyes of Blue is not literally her, but is like close to how the card looks. But obviously, like, they do still, keep some of the ideas, but she's got, like, organized hair. She's got a lot of braids, actually, which are very, very complex. And she's, like, literally wearing a Blue Eyes White Dragon themed dress, which is something that would never happen. She also appears to be in a forest of trees with white leaves. Not a white forest, though. How dare you? That's later. So, like, it's not meant to be literally her, but obviously I think it kind of references the relationship. And Konami has not been above using this, because they do occasionally have some of the dub actors on tap for, show duels and stuff, and has actually been, like, referenced, they had, Eric Stewart and Darren Dunstan, Kaiba and Pegasus's VAs, like, play out a match for WCQ in North America, where he used this card. Also happened in a championship for the 2016 World Championship, which was Yugi v Kaiba. Like, or they've played it up a little, like they let us know that if they if we got like more modern content besides like Dark Side of Dimensions, which did like go in a little different way with some retrains of cards with Blue Eyes, what we'll talk about. This shit's absolutely in Kaiba's deck, right? I think it was even in one of the Tag Force games from the 5Ds era and so on. Main with Eyes of Blue is a light spellcaster tuner, introducing spellcasters to this archetype, something that's going to be fairly consistent with the Eyes of Blue guys. Level 1, she's 0/0, not strong at all on her own, but when a card or effect is activated that targets this card, quick effect, special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So that doesn't, by the way, protect Maiden with Eyes of Blue. It just means that if you target her, you have to deal with something much scarier. When this card's targeted for an attack, negate the attack. If you do, change this card's battle position, then summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. You can use one effect per turn and only once that turn. For 2013, very strong. And she is a level 1 tuner.
I remember getting...
Yeah.
This was never caught on camera because, of course, it was off-camera off. But I remember getting a few of the guys in test games for our Prog series with this card.
Well, it's just one of those cards that, like, she demands an answer because unless you've got a non-targeting, like, wipe effect, which I think in 13, most of those would have been hit. But if you don't have, like a broad area wipe, she's a card that demands an answer because otherwise she's just going to sit on your opponent's board forever. But if you answer her, you have to be very careful because your opponent is likely to get a Blue Eyes out of it. And also, as evidenced by those like show duels they had that I talked about, you yourself can just force out her effect by targeting her. It doesn't have to be an opponent's card effect. So several other cards in Blue Eyes target monsters, your own monsters, to let her fetch out a Blue Eyes, which obviously like instantly sets you up for a level 9 synchro. And like I said, she's a level 1 tuner, so you can't just let her sit out because your opponent will eventually like go somewhere with that. So it's just one of those cases where like she needs an answer. And like honestly, she's been pretty good for many years. And is so now so iconic to the deck that to solve the problem of like how iconic and integral she was for the new structure deck, they just retrained her. They just made a new one.
Yeah.
they just made a new chick. So yeah. Now again, this is another card where I feel like Konami like at one point was at like a design fork. But also printed in that structure deck was Rider of the Stormwinds, or the literal OCG name, Guard of the Storm Dragons. Which does also reference the Darkstorm Dragon we talked about during the Chaos Dragon era. Now, you may be thinking, oh, that doesn't sound like a Blue Eyes card. Well, look closely at this guy, this exact guy. He'll be back later. Literally, he'll be back as a different guy. Spoilers.
Oh, wait a second. I recognize him.
Yeah. This guy got retrained like 3 years later as an Eyes of Blue. So I think Konami, like I said, they had like the you know which way Western
robes.
Man type decision.
Got the same robes.
Yeah. And same hairstyle and face. This is a case where like they probably could have taken this Storm Dragons thing and made it a thing. They decided to go with the Eyes of Blue instead. That said, Rider is another card that has been integral to Blue Eyes decks since it was printed, obviously, because it was in the structure deck. Rider of the Stormwinds is a light dragon tuner, level 1, 500 attack, 200 defense. You can target a dragon normal monster you control, equip this monster from your hand or field to that target. So, by the way, this is a Union monster that's not classed as a Union monster. Thanks, Konami. If a monster equipped with this card attacks a defense position monster, do piercing. If that card will be destroyed, destroy this card instead. So it's another level 1 tuner. It's a target for cards of consonance, but also if you already are making a summoning dragon normals, it just gives you piercing and protection as like a free effect. So yeah, this guy's been around the loop as well. And like I said, this is another one that they're going to just retrain, so it was good to bring up. So, let's talk about the Synchro angle for the first time, because yes, they actually gave Blue Eyes a Synchro monster, but they didn't call it a Blue Eyes at first. They actually tried something different, which they do still do. For instance, the Xyz we talk about will not be a Blue Eyes. This is Azure Eyes Silver Dragon. And we're doing an interesting case where we are trying to be distinct. This is not a Blue Eyes, it's Azure Eyes, and it's silver. And they do kind of do that with the color scheme. It is, first of all, the white on this dragon is much more white than normal. Blue Eyes is usually got kind of a blue tone, but it does actually have some silver in there. It's got some extra like silver in its webbing and kind of in its body plates. I have to admit, I'm very much too much Monster Hunter pilled. I'm immediately thinking about, breaking the wings and the torso plate for materials.
Don't worry, Omega. I was about to make the same joke.
I know, it's just where I am. The pose Azure Eyes is doing is obviously a reference to the classic Blue Eyes pose. I want to say I feel like the proportions and body designs for Azure Eyes are kind of like a little extra freaky because he's got or possibly even still she. This is a synchro. The knee blades and like shoulder claws in the wings and like extra wing fins. It's a little weird. Big feet. But the eyes are definitely azure. So, yeah.
I do remember this guy having a very fun effect.
Yes. This one I feel like is a little, like these days is not as popular, though you can probably still fit it in the deck. But because it's not a blue eyes monster. But I appreciate that they tried to like stand aside and make it different. Azure Eyes is a light dragon synchro level 9. So hey, blue eyes plus maiden with eyes of white. 2,500 attack, 3,000 defense, so they flip the stats. This one is 1 tuner plus 1 non-tuner normal monsters. So they did still find a way to make a 9 work with a restriction. If this card is special summoned, till the end of your next turn, neither player can target dragon monsters you currently control with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by card effects. Once per turn during your standby phase, target a normal monster in your graveyard, special summon it. This is obviously not as strong as what Spirit Dragon does. Spoilers, Spirit Dragon is the better synchro. This one's still fucking annoying. Like, just as the Wombo combo out of Maiden, when special summoned, dragon monsters become untargetable and indestructible. And also, in the standby phase, you're during your standby phase, you can target a normal and refresh. So basically, this card sits around until the end of your opponent's turn, is untargetable and indestructible. It's got a 3k ass, so it's not like you're going to beat over it easily. And then when it snaps back around to your turn and your standby, you summon back the blue eyes that you used to fucking synchro this, and you can either synchro again, or you just have now a 3k attacker. Very gnarly back in the day. And also I think kind of sets up how these these ones work, where, the synchro is not necessarily a better attacker than vanilla blue eyes. They understand, engine of destruction. But we've started to realize that protection is a thing, and we've set up some very powerful protections, even if it's only for 1 turn. But also, it's whenever this card is special summoned. So guess what? If it goes to the grave for some reason, just special it back. Special it back, it does the effect again. I know, crazy. This is also where we started to get a couple of... let's see, that's a little later, so we won't talk about that one yet, but I think we can talk about... Let me check when this was printed. Okay, so that was also, like, weirdly later. It's for a different block. Okay. But the big one that's in the structure deck that I used as the cover is Silver's Cry, and that is still a very relevant card for many years as well. Silver's Cry is a spell that depicts Azure Eyes as well. Also kind of got this, like, don't even know what I'd say. It kind of continues this moon theme that Blue Eyes picked up. Like I said, there's that alt art by Kazuki.
Silver Moonlight.
Yeah. Which again, a little odd because they are light monsters, but it is very striking to see Azure Eyes, silhouetted behind a full moon, standing on top of some icy mountains. Mountain, of course, being the field spell that's supposed to make dragons stronger.
Looks nice.
It's a good card art. And this is one of the spell cards of all time. Like, obviously these days, not as strong, but still has some power play and is useful in multiple decks because this is a quick play spell that says target a dragon normal monster in your graveyard, special summon it. You can only activate one Silver's Cry per turn. This is a card that's good in, arguably, was good in Blue Eyes, had its roles in Red Eyes, because, hey, all those Geminis are normals in the graveyard. You could play this in any deck that utilizes normal dragons, of which there have been several over the years. Also, this has a fucking great name in Japanese, Ginuyo no Goho, Silver Dragon's Thundering Roar. So yeah, just another wacky one. But yeah, great card. Is it? I should check when this was printed. Okay, so technically that was printed before. We should probably... I should probably mention this one guy as well, kind of similar to White Knight Dragon. No, that's small. Why is that small? But technically, in the Xyz era, there was an Xyz monster that obviously worked best with Blue Eyes, but they never really tried to synergize it with the deck. This is Thunder End Dragon, which is just Sunda Endo Dragon in Japanese. Did show up in Zexal a couple times. First of all, weird guy, weird card art of a dragon, but we've got ball joints full of thunder goo.
Yeah.
But technically, other than a couple of than playing around Ultimate, the Blue Eyes did not really have a lot of extra deck targets until Azure Eyes, and this was technically one of them. Because this is a rank 8 light dragon Xyz with 3,000 attack but only 2,000 defense, which specifically requires 2 level 8 normal monsters, so its mats must be normal. And once per turn, you can detach an Xyz material to destroy all their monsters on the field. So this is another one that kind of wormed its way into the deck as an honorary Blue Eyes card, and is you can kind of see it as Blue Eyes adjacent. It's a lot more blue than white, and it doesn't have blue eyes. But it does kind of have a similar facial structure to Blue Eyes, except for its weird Vajra horns with purple pink lightning. And it has kind of doing a side profile phase. And like I said, this one did see some play in there. But Blue Eyes really picked up in 2016 with a multi-part wombo combo of several factors. First of all, Dark Side of Dimensions came out. Kaiba was in it. There were some new Blue Eyes cards he played. They also released a couple of different sets. There was one of the first Duelist packs was called, I think, Rivals of the Pharaoh, which was about rival characters in the original. They also, like I said, had a... Let me double check. Was it a core set? But I believe it was. Yeah, Shining Victories was a core set. It had whatchamacallit, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon on it. But in addition to a bunch of Arc V stuff, that also had a host of, I would assume probably a handful of promo cards and stuff. Or other set stuff. There was another wave of Blue Eye support in there, basically. And also a couple of oddball cards. That's where King Calamity came from, and Sifra Divine Dragon. But 2016, big time for Blue Eyes. They really, really pushed those boys. And we'll just run through all of those roughly alphabetically, starting with a classic, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon. I think this was the first alternative monster, because they added the ultimate alternative and Red Eyes alternative later. Red Eyes Alternative is a very sick art, but that was a signed Kaz art, which is not in Master Duel yet. And they did not do. Speaking of how Dark Magician gets shafted, we talked about that earlier. There's no alternative Dark Magician. There's just a couple of like Xyz retrains and stuff. But Blue Eyes Alternative was actually in the movie, and I think it kind of shows Kazuki's, kind of revamped design. It's still very obviously Blue Eyes White Dragon, but it's got some extra Tron lines, not unlike Shining Dragon, so maybe this is the Shining Dragon retrain, who knows. While still being recognizably Blue Eyes, but the art composition and color palette's like a lot sleeker, a lot more digital. Got a lot more action shit going on in the backdrop while still being kind of like ambiguous. I mean, there is the Black Magician Chaos Max, but here's the thing. Blue Eyes also had a Chaos Max in the movie and also had the alternative dragon. So they had the both of them. Well, also, that's the funny thing. Somebody read the Weeb in chat saying Arc V sets were good at supporting DM decks. Yes, that's because Arc 5, Arc V was supposed to be kind of like the 15th anniversary like anime. That was that celebration. So that's, I think, why they decided to go with kind of the multi-dimension thing where they did a lot of like retro stuff. I would assume that they were not allowed to explicitly reference the Duel Monsters season because that would have required working with Kazuki, and also honestly they were probably working on Dark-Sided Dimensions at the time. Like, I don't know how long it took them to string that together, but that movie was released in like late 15, early 16. So they were maybe brewing that up for the anniversary as well. But that also means, yes, there were a shitload of legacy supports during the Arc 5 era. But yeah, alternative should be very straightforward. It's the same Light Dragon level 8 you expect, the same stats. Does also say, much like Shining Dragon, can't be normal summoned or set, but must first be special summoned from your hand by revealing Blue Eyes White Dragon. This both bricks you and unbricks you. Very funnily. On the one hand, yes, it does mean that you can summon it if you have a Blue Eyes, so that Blue Eyes is not a dead card. But guess what? If you draw alternative and you don't draw normal Blue Eyes, get fucked. You can only summon alternative once per turn this way. This card's name becomes Blue Eyes White Dragon while on the field or in the graveyard. And also, once per turn, you can target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it. This card can't attack the turn it's activated. So basically has Burst Stream built in. This is a card that to this day sees play in Blue Eyes decks. Not, perfectly, but some brews do still run it. And I think it does, still have the beans, because it is still a removal tool while obviously being able to go into Synchro or Xyz axis with it. And also it is, when it works, is a very free summon. It counts as Blue Eyes White Dragon for certain card names, on the field and in the graveyard. But also, like I said, is still a well-known brick. And then, also, while they did get a very strong synchro strategy, that was more Konami cooking. The movie decided to keep with, kind of the ritual effects and introduced, as we said, the new boy. Stop saying Chaos Max. He's not playing Chaos Max, because it is indeed Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon. Now, this card, I'm sure, I apologize to anybody jump scared in chat. This is a card that has become incredibly iconic in its own right. Not only was it a big showing in the movie, in the sequel movie, where it was a pretty impressive guy. It was also very accessible because they printed the... It's very tiny. Sorry, I'm trying to grab an image of its alt art because it does have an alt art in QCR. I guess I can't. Well, here's what the alt art looks like small. I can't grab the bigger one because that would require, I guess, jumping through Facebook's image servers. So there is a neat alt art. But it had a big showing in the anime movie. I gotta say, I think I like the card art better because it's actually 2D, whereas this was the phase where we were firmly in 3D models for a lot of cards. And while it still does look good, it's a very different vibe when it's like an unfolding 3D model in the anime. This is definitely, though, like, doing some cool stuff. I don't know why it has quite so many, like, hexagon lights in it, but he does have a lot of lights. Still pretty reasonable. You can tell what all its parts are. We've truly come full circle in Yu-Gi-Oh! And become a robot dragon. But we have a very dramatic background. We got the rising light under it. Very iconic. But until the most recent waves of support, Chaos Max was one of the like strategies for like one of the couple of ways you could win the game super easily. Because this is a card which is designed to blow out people who don't have more complicated forms of interaction, and is still, like, very similar to just the state where, like, Cyber Dragon can still make Cyber End and, like, attack you for a shitload of damage. Or even the like, open board twin OTK kind of shit. Or the more recent strategy of Galaxy Ice with Afterglow just makes your attack stat, ginormous. Chaos Max still did have the chance to blast out some games. If used correctly. There are a few ways to make it work. And so Chaos Max has become kind of a bogeyman. It's not actually that good of a card, and I think it has, like, fallen out of favor in the more recent brews, but you saw it a lot for a lot of years for a couple of reasons. First of all, this is a Dark Dragon level 8. It's Chaos Max, so it's darkified. This is the dark version. Despite being a level 8, it's got 4K fucking attack. Again, like, talking about pushing. No level increase means that you can just use ARA to fucking bin a Blue Eyes and summon this guy from anywhere. You can also use Chaos Form, which you can search. It has 0 defense, I guess, is supposed to be the counterpoint, but 4K attack is still 4K attack. You can ritual summon this card with Chaos Form. Must be ritual summoned, so there's no getting it back. But your opponent can't target it, and it can't be destroyed. So that means you have to have funny, haha, non-targeting interactions. Or just don't die and, Dark Ruler no more. Is Droplet target? I think Droplet is select. So yeah, there's a way to get rid of it. And then the most important thing, we in 2016 we'd already evolved past piercing damage. So this is one of the first cards with double piercing battle damage. And they say Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have keywords. Now you may notice this has 4,000 attack. This means that if you do double piercing to a monster with 0 defense, you win the game instantly. They don't have enough life points, they die. Oh, yeah, incantations is another way to get this out. So we're just in a weird spot where, like, this became, like, the menace of everybody's locals. When Master Duel first came out, this was, like, a strong thing to watch out for, because I think it was pretty soon, like, within the first year, they did a Blue Eyes structure deck. Like, absolutely got a lot of shit going on and is a big powerhouse. Also, yes, kicks the shit out of decks. Talking about, right, like, how it felt like Blue Eyes was very pushed for their Worlds win in 2016. Chaos Max is a card that reads, like, if your opponent didn't interact with it correctly, they auto-lose, like we said. If you have 0 defense...
I'm back to this.
Yeah, you've come back to Chaos Max. If, like I said, you ever put up a 0 defense guy, Chaos Max just wins on the spot. If your deck only destroys or targets, Chaos Max defeats you. Structure deck was the 2nd anniversary? Then I guess just Blue Eyes players just thought this was a good use of their UR dust. Because, like I said, let me tell you, this card became very, very infamous in the first period of Master Duel of just, like, we're going to Blue Eyes Bat Chest, and we're going to summon Chaos Max.
Yeah, this was the problem card for Blue Eyes.
Yeah, just like it's
with Blue Eyes.
It's one of those cards that, like I said, arguably the deck has better outs, but it's kind of similar to how, I want to say, no offense, man, still off this, but decks like Ancient Gears kind of go through this step now where your idea is to just make a big guy your opponent can't really fuck with normal interaction. Ancient Gears is usually straight up immune to spell trap effects, period. And then just attack for gigadonkulous damage when they can't respond. And other rival OTK decks do something similar, but there's something special, I think, about Chaos Max as just, you cannot destroy, you cannot target. But there are many ways around it. I have defeated a Chaos Max many a time in my day through just perseverance. Yeah, Quaking Mirror Force is a great out. Drowning also works if your opponent's trying to attack directly. Just put that shit back. But it definitely, like I said, I don't think we're playing Chaos Max in the modern brews. You cut that out for a slimmer engine, and you get to run hand traps and primites and shit now. But this was
it used to be
an annoying fucker.
Sorry.
Yeah, you just.
It used to be always every time Bingo Machine Go into the Chaos Ritual and then this asshole. Now it's
Bingo
usually
Machine
just
Go show you only we pick 3 of Chaos Form and Chaos Max. Because Chaos Max mentions Chaos Form, you can do like shit with pre-prepping.
And
or just like I said,
with Blue Eyes,
you can just shotgun ARA and send a normal Blue Eyes because it's an 8 for some reason. Unlike Lord of the Red, which is an 8, and Red Eyes is a 7. Konami.
Yeah, and with and nowadays it's usually just here's all my alternatives and Jet Dragon, get fucked.
Oh my god,
I hate that I look at this card and I just think about, like, I'm looking at a lady lizard for some fucking reason.
Yeah, this is Deep Eyes. This is not the one that has the sexy hips quite, but we're getting closer to that.
No, but it's got like because it reminds me of like every time they do like in like Japanese games where they do like a female lizard queen thing.
I mean, yeah, she's got long, delicate legs and toesies. Kind of slim.
2 things.
Go for it.
1, it's got a xenomorph head.
Yeah, its head's pretty
Secondly, this is just a fusion between Blue Eyes and the alien archetype.
I mean, kind of. It's got some stuff in there. But Deep Eyes is just, we're being very weird and esoteric. Like, Kaz was on some shit when he thought of this one. Because this also shows up in the movie.
Some Blue Eyes Eldritch shit.
I mean, it is just called Deep Eyes White Dragon. The deep, presumably being space. But yeah, it's a very odd one.
Odd. Eyes?
No, its eyes are all deep.
Thank you, I'll be here.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, no. But yes, I did get a shot at Konami's uneven treatment of Red Eyes. Fucking Joey didn't even get a duel in Dark-Sided Dimensions. But yeah, we got to play around a lot with Blue Eyes stuff there, and like I said, it kind of crystallized. Deep Eyes is another support card. This is a light level 10 dragon for some ungodly reason. That is Zippo. And says, when a face-up Blue Eyes monsters you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, and you have a dragon-type monster in your graveyard, special summon this card from your hand, inflict 600 for each dragon type with a different name in your graveyard, which, yes, that is a very Red Eyes effect. If this card is normal or special, target a dragon in your graveyard. This card's attack becomes that monster. If this card is destroyed, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. This is another one that basically, like, Jet Dragon is basically a retrain of this. Like, this is the poor man's Jet Dragon. Because that's just special summoned when a card is destroyed, period. But this is honestly a pretty gnarly guy. Summon back when a Blue Eyes is destroyed by battle or card effect. You do have to have a dragon in your graveyard, so if your opponent's like on some kind of like macro or D-shifter type strat, it doesn't work. But on summon, burn your opponent for 6 for each dragon with different names in your graveyard. Again, it's Blue Eyes, so that may only be like a 6 or 12 or something, but, you know, time card. And then just when normal or special, this card's attack becomes a dragon monster in your graveyard, so presumably is at least a 3k, and could be more if you have a bigger Blue Eyes down there. It's got a strange design philosophy. Yes, I also agree with chat saying it's kind of like a Stardust also. Like definitely it's got some weird vibes. But again, we have many more funny haha monsters. You want to talk about aping Red Eyes' shit? This is another one that's just like, oh, I can't believe you've done this. This is Dragon Spirit of White. Also just called White Spirit Dragon in the OCG. And art-wise, it's Blue Eyes, but a ghost. I mean, it's not exactly. It's got some slightly different designs, but it's definitely, like, Blue Eyes adjacent, but also kind of, like, more clearly white and kind of, like, got a spiritual glow to it. You know, definitely kind of in those vibes.
It's got... It looks like it's just wearing, like, a dragon armor suit.
It's got some weird body armor.
Because of how fleshy, like, its upper bits are.
And this was a one that is, was in Shining Victories, so, yeah, they got the Arc V retrain last. This is definitely, like, oh, we realized the problems with the Red Eye support we did, so we're going to give Blue Eyes the better version of that. This is a level 8 Light Dragon, 2500 attack, 2k defense, so, you know, lower stats, but that's okay. First of all, this card's always treated as a Blue Eyes card. It's in archetype no matter what. Thanks, parentheticals. Again, want to talk about, like, shaming. Red Eyes suffered greatly from the fact that DMD was a really, really good card, as many of their cards lock you out of higher-level Red Eyes monsters. This card's treated as a normal monster while it's in your hand or graveyard. So, it's just a Gemini, but better. This is just a Gemini monster, but better.
I don't know why I don't know why any other future Gemini cards would not just have this text.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't just fix all Geminis to be this. It's. I guess that means that Konami would have to come up with some ruling to explain it or reprint all their text. But anyway, when this card's normal or special, target a spell trap your opponent controls, banish it. A little specific, but still very annoying. If your opponent controls a monster quick effect, tribute this card, special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand. Again, this card is just really annoying. Because it's a normal monster in hand or graveyard, there are several cards that interact with it, including the previously established Silver's Cry and some other cards we're going to talk about. It's a normal monster, so you could use it as materials for First of the Dragons if you were going a fusion route. It's always treated as a Blue Eyes despite having a different name. And just on normal or special, banish a spell trap can be very annoying. Gets rid of cards in your opponent's back row or other like critical pieces out there. And also, note it doesn't say spell trap zone. So guess what? In the Pendulum era, this breaks scales because those are still spell cards.
Yes.
And doesn't put them in the extra deck when they're banished. It gets rid of them. So not like an integral part of the setup, but this is one of their combo pieces that's just really fucking annoying and very good. Like, we can't say it's not good. And this is again, I don't want to harp too much. I know Blue Eyes is a beloved archetype for a reason, but you will hear me say from this point out several times I am annoyed at Blue Eyes support because, like, we can tell Konami likes Blue Eyes because they almost always get the best shit. We fixed the other deck's problems. Nice. But also, once again, in Shining Victories, we got some more Eyes of Blue. First, we've got what every archetype needs, an old white guy. Master with Eyes of Blue. And yeah, he's just a guy. He's still got, you know, his like Blue Eyes themed robe on. He's got a Blue Eyes themed cane. That's cool. There's like a Blue Eyes silhouette behind him. Pretty sure he's standing inside the field spell mausoleum of white. I don't like this guy, and I just want to say that's just because of his face. We've given him very slanty eyebrows and very pointy goatee. I do not trust this man.
He's got the face of a guy who is going to betray you several acts from now.
Or he does fucking nothing in the plot. It's one or the other. It's never in between.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
useless head of the Eyes of Blue clan who, like, tells Maiden she can't go into the forest or something. And Maiden's like, fuck you, I'm gonna go in the forest and summon a giant dragon.
But she did not know. She just,
No,
it
don't
turns
do
out your
that.
life.
Don't
because
use the
human
power of the. No,
is- Okay.
No, you say, go for it.
don't use the power of the blue eyes. What are you doing? No, it must be contained.
This
Followed
guy's name
briefly
in-
then by him being eaten by the blue eyes.
The project is that she'd be turned into the Blue Eyes permanently, so she just ate her whole clan. Yeah, whatever.
This guy's name in the OCG was Priest with Eyes of Blue. They changed it to Master to keep it straightforward. He is another light spellcaster, level 1, Chuna. 300 attack, 1200 defense. Realizing some gaps this deck had, this guy is a normal summon target. When this card is normal summon, target a level 1 light tuner in your graveyard, add it back to your hand. You can shuffle this card from your graveyard into your deck, target an effect monster you control, send it to the graveyard. If you do, special summon a Blue Eyes from your graveyard, other than the sent monster. You can only use this effect of Master of Eyes of Blue once per turn. So, Master is another wombo combo in the deck. It's not perfect, but it does let you recycle your level 1 light tuners, and also does have the ability to like work as a graveyard setup and shuffle himself back to hot swap one of your effect monsters into a Blue Eyes. Also, hey, by the way, this is one of those targets where you target your own cards. So guess what? You can target Maiden with Eyes of Blue. She will summon a Blue Eyes and then get sent to graveyard, and you summon another Blue Eyes monster. Which, depending on what you're doing, can be a better play. Again, this guy, because he is a normal that requires graveyard setup, I don't think he's popular these days, but the Eyes of Blue have a very strong strategy. I think he may still be in some brews. So, we can't say Priest, but we can say Priestess, because that's our next card. Priestess with Eyes of Blue. I'm sure someone in chat will say it if I don't. You could also say Mommy with Eyes of Blue. Don't know where the inspiration for this came around, but you know, we're very strong.
He does look like Maiden's like sister or mother. I can't tell. It just looks like they are look like they're directly related.
The trivia page basically says that, like, arguably because, you know, there are multiple Blue Eyes, this could be another, like, should be a relative of Kisara who has, you know, another one of the Blue Eyes spirits. They also say it could be her older. I do think a relevant trivia piece is that because this is Mika with Eyes of Blue in the OCG, so she does kind of have like a Shrine Maiden type outfit on under some extra steps, but the color scheme and patterning is very similar to an Obelisk blue uniform. So that is another kind of like, that is another thing that I kind of accept is probably correct. She does have a traditional Shrine Maiden tool. And yes, you know, the tarot has a priestess. But no, like, good card design, a little, like, again, there's something about what's going on with these people that I don't quite understand, but she's got a Yu-Gi-Oh! Hairstyle, she's got some cool dragon stuff in her hair, but she's got some, you know, unique enough design elements that are, like, nice. Priestess is another level 1 spellcaster, light tuner, 0/0. Her effect is when a card or effect is activated that targets this card. Quick effect, send an effect monster you control to the graveyard. Add 2 Blue Eyes monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. If this card is in your graveyard, target a Blue Eyes you control. Shuffle it back. Shuffle it into the deck, I should say. Special summon this card. You can only use 1 effect per turn only once that turn. So Priestess is basically like another alternative to Maiden. When she's targeted, you send an effect monster and you add 2 Blue Eyes. You can send herself, so basically this is a way to dodge a lot of effects. Your opponent tries to, like, Veiler or Imperm Priestess for some reason. Or, like, you know, tries to react with, like, a Compulse or something. You just fucking send her off the board to search Blue Eyes. Usually, I believe you would probably add regular Blue Eyes an alternative this way, because they have to have different names, but there's a few other monsters you could cycle through. Spirit of White, for instance, is always treated as a Blue Eyes, so there's a couple of different targets. And obviously, using the ability to just reload a Blue Eyes you control into your deck to special summon her back is great, especially because, like I said later, this deck it's a Link one.
Mhm.
Sorry, I just love Red the Weave's comment. So Eyes of Blue is just Scientology, but instead of aliens inside you, it's a white dragon. Sure.
I don't want to.
I don't think it's that comparable, but sure, I guess.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
We also have another just man. Behold, the Protector with Eyes of Blue. Which I guess you could argue is probably like a Paladin retrained, but neater. Despite by the way, the fact that this guy clearly has a sword, is wearing armor. Spellcaster. But he has a Blue Eyes White Dragon sword, and he has the cool belt. So, clearly Kaiba-Man needs to steal his belt.
I don't know why my brain went prehistoric Kaiba-Man.
Yeah, he does kind of look like the Felgrand guys, which would also be around this time. We have talked about that structure deck as well. There's a lot of Dragon structure decks, chat. Yeah, Protector's just kind of a guy. This is another good normal summon. He is a level 1 spellcaster, tuner, 800 attack, 1300 defense. When normal summoned, you can special summon a level 1 light tuner from your hand. You can target an effect monster you control, send it to your graveyard. If you do special summon a Blue Eyes from your hand, you can only use this effect once per turn. I think this guy is despite the fact that he's got a pretty generic Yugi man design, this one is also more popular because, again, your deck doesn't necessarily have a super lot of normal summons in Blue Eyes because Blue Eyes White Dragons are very large. This, just like, if this is unchallenged, this normal summon is just an automatic Sync 9. This is just your whole ass synchro play. You just normal summon him, you special summon one of the other level 1 tuners. You target and send him to graveyard and special summon a Blue Eyes from your hand. Or, hey, guess what? You want to have extra follow-up? Normal Protector, Special Maiden, target Maiden. Quick effect, Maiden summons a Blue Eyes. Maiden then gets sent to graveyard. You summon another fucking Blue Eyes. Sync off for one of your chosen synchro monsters. And then you can get other plays out of graveyard. Like, just still to this day, a really good normal summon. But we have one more with Eyes of Blue, and like we said, this is another guy we saw earlier, because apparently they were like, Stormwinds was cool, but what if he was in archetype? Sage with Eyes of Blue. And as I said before, Sage looks exactly like Rider of the Stormwinds, just now he's not on the back of a dragon. Also, yes, that is a funny comment about Protector. Especially when his name is literally... oh, sorry, sneezed. Ow. Hurt my brain pains a little. Yeah, Protector is literally Protector in Japanese, so yeah, it's very funny. I guess the idea is he can send himself, so you don't have to target Maiden, but then you end up with less Blue Eyes. Anyway, Sage. It's literally Rider of the Stormwinds. It's just without him riding a dragon. He looks pretty much like he did. He's got a neat design. Staff is cool. He's still got the belt. So
the way he's posed, it looks like he would have a Master Duel animation.
Yeah, which is funny because he's, a pretty small potatoes guy.
Yeah.
Hold on, after my sneeze,
it's just the way he looks and posed.
All right. Okay. So, Sage's effect, again, level 1 spellcaster tuner, light, 0 attack, 1500 defense. So, one of the more interesting stat lines for what we got going on. Sage is another one that's great, like we said, because this is... I feel like the whole Eyes of Blue like archetype is trying to give the Blue Eyes deck normal summons. Because this also is when normal summoned, add a level 1 light tuner to your deck to your hand except Sage. You can discard this card, target effect monster you control, send it to the graveyard, special summon a Blue Eyes from your deck. Great effects. Because it's got a hand effect, kind of like Rider, but also has a normal summon effect. So, this is another one that I think, much like Protector, still sees play in some number in the deck. Especially because, once again, I remind you, they gave this archetype a link 1, so summon 1 guy, very good. But also, we decided that Whitestone of Legend, the original Whitestone of Legend, wasn't enough, so we had to prototype it, or we had to make a second one, because you can, I think, see the original Whitestone off on the side of this card art. This is Whitestone of Ancients, or just White of Ancient. And it's just the Whitestone of Legend, which is also definitely an egg. You can see it cracking in this, but we added 5 more lens flares, because it's 2016 now. And it's so backlit you can barely tell what's going on in this card.
Even though it's shiny, it feels like it has less going on than the other stone.
Yeah.
I like it. It's like a weird mix between like these dragons of metallic scales are basically born from like these like valley walls.
Maybe
Also, Brett has a good point. This does look like some kind of gotcha animation bit. Maybe like mine the
it's
wall
got
and the
sparkles
rock
and
comes
stars.
out.
I could see it, yeah. Which is funny because we haven't even talked about Bingo Machine Go yet. So this is another level 1 light tuner. This one is a dragon, though. It's got 600, 500. Once per turn, which for some reason, I just want to say, this is a soft once. I don't know why it's a soft once, though, because I guess it's because it's an end phase trigger, so you can't do it forever. But once per turn during the end phase, if this card's in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can special summon 1 Blue Eyes monster from your deck, which is almost always Blue Eyes White Dragon, but, you know. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target a Blue Eyes monster in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You go this effect of Whitestone once per turn. So Whitestone of Ancients exists because Blackstone of Legend came out, and it had 2 effects. So clearly we had to bring Blue Eyes up to parity. This one is weirder because it's passive. Like, just put it in your graveyard, and then during the end phase when you've sent it, you can summon a Blue Eyes. If you somehow go through all 3 Whitestone of Ancients in 1 turn, you can summon 3 fucking Blue Eyes, which is very funny. But then also, it's got a banish effect to cycle back a Blue Eyes monster in your graveyard. That is a hard once, but still very good. So very, very strongo bongo effects. But now it's time for the big one. Technically not the first, but alphabetically this is the one that comes earliest. They gave him a new synchro. And this is the one that I think gave them the gas to win worlds. The other extra deck monsters they put in here are pretty good. This will be the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. So kind of dropping the thing they did with Azure Eyes, we are very clearly stating that this is indeed a Blue Eyes monster. But I like Spirit Dragon because they are committing to the spirit thing because it is translucent. Straight up transparent in some areas. You can see the mountain behind it. Which I'm gonna assume is probably
feels like an actual, like, I'm the Blue Eyes Ghost. Ooh.
Yeah. It's got some gold highlights that kind of work its way into other future, more advanced Blue Eyes cards, but it is still pretty recognizable as Blue Eyes, but with a little extra flair. Tongue seems very long proportionally to its head, but, whatever floats your boat, Blue Eyes. do kind of like the rainbow corona effect of the sun immediately behind it. And you can kind of see, again, mountains, etc. But it's out there. Well, also the other thing about Blackstone that's funny is that not only is it a hop, but also you can only use one effect per turn. So if you load it back to your hand, you can't then use the tribute effect too again. Anyway, Spirit Dragon is another level 9 Light Dragon Synchro, 2500 attack, 3k defense, just like Azure Eyes. This one is actually archetype locked. It says 1 tuner, 1 or more non-tuner Blue Eyes monsters, so you do actually have a reason to play those other level 8 Blue Eyes. And its first line of effect text is one of the most important effect. Honestly, all this stuff is super targeted against decks that were good at the time. But this card is a floodgate, funnily enough. First of all, neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. Pendulum summoning? Get the fuck out of here. Dumpstered. Second, once per turn when an effect of a card is activated in the graveyard, quick effect, negate it. So, hey, what are other super popular decks during this time period? There's some decks that activate in graveyard. I think specifically the thing that's beat out during the World's Championship, one of the other meta decks was BA, but there were several graveyard decks where just soft once per turn, negate an activation in graveyard. You can also tribute summon this Synchro Summoned card, especially summon a Light Dragon Synchro monster for extra deck in defense position, except Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, but destroy it during the end phase of this turn. Guess what? Azure Eyes, once special summoned, not once Synchro Summoned, activates an effect where it can't be destroyed until the end of the next turn. So,
yes,
if you ever want to turn off Spirit Dragon's Floodgate effect for yourself, you can quick effect fucking tribute it to summon out Azure Eyes, which protects your whole other board and itself. So, the cost effect is basically nothing. There are some other Light Dragon Synchro targets that I think are good, but, like, just quick effect tribute yourself.
This was the strat.
Yeah. Especially because you can just fucking summon it back. So, yeah. This is, again, very pushed support because this doesn't necessarily win you the game on its own, but it sets you up for broad protection and has pretty good ass, and just both floodgate effects of just, like, control stuff is very strong. But, you know, we went through a couple of things. First of all, in Shining Victories, we did add another new card. We thought, hey, Cyber Twin Dragon's pretty cool. What if we did a Twin Dragon for Blue Eyes? Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. And I want to say it's kind of interesting that this card is explicitly Blue Eyes plus Blue Eyes. But the art design is very clearly alternative. Like, this wasn't released for the movie pack, but it's very clearly the same design language as, like, alternative. Though it's still got its own extra features, like has a weird blade tail and has weird elbow spikes. But it has, like, the extra light lines and stuff you would expect from alternative. Yeah, it's a double-headed Blue Eyes.
Look at this dude.
Yeah. This is another one that I think still... I don't know if it's played exactly in decks that are good right now. There's a couple different variations on Blue Eyes right now with the new structure deck, but this is one of those cards that you could pepper in. This is a Light Dragon level 10 fusion with 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense, so, hey, having 2 heads doesn't make it actually stronger. Its materials are exactly Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon. Must first be either fusion summoned or special summoned by sending the above monsters you control to the graveyard. So this is a contact fusion of just any 2 Blue Eyes can become Twin Burst. And Twin Burst is another one of those pieces of just, like, turning your Blue Eyes OTKing into a different strat. So first of all, Burst Dragon can't be destroyed by battle. So even if your opponent can make a bigger guy than this, can't be destroyed by battle. Can make 2 attacks on monsters on each battle phase. At the end of the damage step, when this card attacks an opponent's monster, but that monster wasn't destroyed by battle, you can banish that opponent's monster. So because this card can't be destroyed by battle, if your opponent either has an indestructible guy or just has a guy who's bigger than Twin Burst, get him out of here. Banish him. He can't be destroyed by battle. Go battle phase, attack in, banish it. So still a very strong strategy that is still very useful. Like I said, don't know if it's as playable, but I think with their multiple fusion cards, this is still a good card. And sorry, Chad, if you ever hear me in the middle of a stream, like at 2 hours in, like stop talking suddenly, it's because I'm like questioning if the cat yowling in the hallway is coming across. It isn't. Like, intellectually, I know this because I have a directional microphone, and my microphone's direction is not pointed at my door to the hallway, but it's still one of those things that's very distracting, and if it persists, I will have to open the door and look crossways at a cat and ask them, hey, what's going on? What's your deal? You want to give me the little yellow alien toy you have? They bring we don't have mice in the house, so they catch the toys and they bring them and they yowl about it. Because the cats think we can't feed ourselves, which is crazy because we feed them. I know, nuts. Anyway, Twin Burst is a great card. Like I said, they have multiple fusion cards, so just having something to do with 2 Blue Eyes when you don't have 3 Blue Eyes is neat.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a
You can
really
combine 3 Blue Eyes into 1. Why not 2?
Yeah, and it's a really interesting removal tool. But they got one other extra deck monster in this.
Sorry. Like, it made sense when you think about it, because, you know, in GX we had Cyber and Dragon, but also Cyber Twin Dragon. So it's like, well, why not Blue Eyes Twin Dragon?
Yeah, like I said, it you know, it seemed like they were going for it. But also, as a result of the movie pack, we did get our first crack at retraining Ultimate Dragon with Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. They did still say Neo, but they also went with the original Japanese is Shin, so True Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Again, showing the Dark Side of Dimensions design philosophy. Unfortunately, also showing the Arc V era design philosophy because this dragon's feet are super fucked up.
Yeah, the feet look like they're kind of meant to be the same basis of how they drew the heads before they made them heads.
Yeah.
So this gives Hydreigon vibes without being as fun as Hydreigon. Like it looks like it's gonna like fucking sock puppet the other 2 heads. Like, man.
Yeah, it doesn't have arms, which I think Ultimate Dragon may or may not have had arms. Definitely had feet. We've got a weird trident blade tail, which I don't know if the original had. And we've got some funny elements. It's kind of got some designs that I think like some of the Mech Lords and stuff, and even some of the Cyber Dragon cards had, where like the other 2 heads are coming out of like sockets. But yeah, it's an odd one. This is obviously a level 12 Light Dragon fusion with 4,500 attack and 3,800 defense. Its materials are exactly 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. At the end of the damage step, if this fusion summon card attacked and is the only face-up card you control, send a Blue Eyes Fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. This card can attack again. You can use this effect twice per turn. When a card or effect is activated that targets a Blue Eyes monster you control, quick effect, banish this card from your graveyard, negate, and destroy. This is a good attempt to do a retrain. Gives it basically 3 attacks, but with a cost. So you have to. This has to be the only face-up card you control. So like, can't have any other cards going on. Does let you send fusion monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard, which is funny. To attack basically a total of 3 times, which does actually win you the game. Finally, Ultimate Dragon can clear 8k. And the protection effect is cool, but is based in the graveyard. I don't know if the point there was that you'd run 3 copies of Neo Ultimate and you'd send them so Ultimate can attack, while also putting them in the graveyard. This was a good attempt in 2016, but I think that this didn't really take off, though. Regular Ultimate Dragon became good. because of Fist of the Unrivaled Tenyi. And there's a third retrain, or a second retrain, I should say, a third Ultimate Dragon, which also had some utility. But, they're trying. Protection effect, but only from Graveyard. And the ability to attack thrice is, trying. I think summoning Chaos Max and trying to push for double piercing to win was probably better. We did get a couple of spells, though, during this time period. We got a handful, actually. First of all, this one is the equip spell, Beacon of White, which features Dragon Spirit of White becoming Spirit Dragon, with also some other soul balls in there, so there's a lot of spirits involved, TBH. But this is an equip spell that says, if you don't control another Beacon of White, and you have 3 or more blue eyes in your graveyard, target one, special summon it, but negates effects, equip it with this card. So it is a very specific form of Premature Burial. When this card leaves the field, banish the equipped monster. Other monsters you control can attack. Also, if you have any number of blue eyes in the graveyard, the equipped monster can attack that number of times each battle phase. This is another one that I don't think they bother to play. It's a cute idea, but does require you to have 3 more blue eyes in your graveyard to revive them. You could literally play Symbol of Heritage instead, which is just summon back a monster if you have 3 of the same name in your graveyard. But they're trying. They're trying with these multi-attacks. I think the Armed Dragon White, and then the White Veil combo is, better.
This feels like the beginning of a fucking Magical Girl transformation sequence.
Kinda. It's doing things.
I just feel like this gives you ballet vibes.
That could just be part of the reset, the vibe of the Magical Girl transformation. But yeah, this one I don't think is super popular. No, this one's next. Going alphabetical. But in addition to just white spell traps, there are also Eyes of Blue. First one is Majesty with Eyes of Blue. It's just a glamour shot of blue eyes. Okay, so Beacon of White came back a little. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was in the new brews. But Majesty with Eyes of Blue is a quick play that says send a blue eyes monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard. Target a face-up monster. It can't attack while it's on the field. Well, it's face-up on the field. You can only activate 1 Majesty with Eyes of Blue per turn. This is just one of those cases of there are several cards in Blue Eyes that are basically just lol, nope.
This is just an animation shot. This is a attack animation shot.
I say glamour shot because technically this card's name in Japanese is Authority with Eyes of Blue. I guess the idea is you're so intimidated by blue eyes you don't attack. But they have a couple of these cards that are kind of these weird pseudo floodgates of stopping your opponent from interacting, and it also Foolish Burials of blue eyes. So yeah. This is another one of those cards that's of not perfect usefulness, but Foolish Burial on a quick play is really good, and also it's a stall card. Can be very good. But we also got the field spell. The field spell. What the field spell? Mausoleum of White. And this is a case where actually the TCG decided to put us in this situation. This was just Mausoleum of Light in Japanese. Hikari no Redo. No LR confusion here. They just decided to go with white, I guess. But this art does depict, we've got the spiritual tomb of Blue Eyes, and we've got most of the crew here. We got Master, we got Sage, we got Protector, and we got Priestess. They're all praying to the Blue Eyes, and we got some extra colorful dragon souls coming around. Also seen in the card art for not Majesty. What was it? I literally just read it. Beacon. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, that's my bad. I'm tabbing back and forth in chat. Yeah. So Neo came back. That's good because like I talked about, neither of the retrains of Ultimate Dragon were super big because you could run Fist of the Unrivaled Tenyi in Blue Eyes before because they didn't have an archetype negate. But yeah, there's ways to actually make it work. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Beacon is not super powerful because it's a weird fucking premature burial. I also think Mausoleum of... Go ahead.
It feels so funny just seeing them all offer up the MacGuffins to the altar, and you just see... I forget his name, the leader, but just with his weird pointy horn or whatever it is going.
Master with his weird
he's trying to
stick thing.
Yeah, he's trying to feed the fucking statue.
Yeah. Mausoleum of White, I believe, was actually a little unpopular in some brews, but because it gets searched by the new Link one, it's kind of come back around. This was not a necessary play when it was first printed, but came back around to being a decent part because it's got a lot of good effects. Also, hey, once again, Red Ice has never had a field spell. Unless you count Catalyst Field, which admittedly is very similar to this, because Mausoleum of White says during your main phase, you can normal summon a level 1 Light Tuner in addition to your regular normal summon. You only gain this effect once per turn. Once per turn, you can target a phase-up monster you control, send a normal monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard. If you do, the targeted monster gains attack and defense equal to that monster's level times 100 until the end of this turn, even if this card leaves the field. You can banish this card from your graveyard, add Burst Stream of Destruction from your deck to your hand. This is not quite... and this is why I say that this card was not a must-play until it became super easily searchable. Because while this card is good, it is not the field spell that fixes everything. Arguably, you could just play Dragon Ravine and get similar effects, but this does let you bin normal monsters from your hand or deck, so send Vanilla Blue Eyes to get them out of the deck, or even Dragon Spirit of White, which counts as a normal monster in hand. Gets you the ability to summon a level 1 Light Tuner in addition. It does also target a face-up monster you control, so you can use it to trigger Maiden. And also makes Maiden big. In addition to getting her to summon a Blue Eyes, but also doesn't matter because you can Synchro. The Banish effect is not really that useful. I think you still probably don't play Burst Stream. But, it's still like I said, a decent card, and they got a searcher for it, so I think its popularity has picked back up. And then we did do a couple, because not only was there Duelist Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh, which offered some new reprints, they also did a Legendary Duelist set, which was also about Rivals, called White Dragon Abyss, which... by the way, the OCG just calls those legendary duelists Duelist Pack Legend Duelists. It was the TCG that decided to make this all about Kaiba, despite the fact that this is actually every rival archetype, because it's Kaiba, Zane, Crow, Kite, and Silvio as well. So it's has Abyss Actors, Black Wings, Blue Eyes, Cyber Dragons, and Galaxy and Photons. It's a lot of the rivalry type guys, but no, it's all about white dragons. Actually, I should say one more. I forgot. Also around this time, they did actually print Neutron Blast as well as a spell card. This is another one that's probably never seen a lot of play, but the card art is cool because it's showing it. They did decide to localize this, because Ultimate Dragon's attack in the anime in Japanese is just Ultimate Burst, which admittedly isn't as cool as English. The Neutron Blast sounds better, and also is bad for you. Never get Neutron Blasted. Your atoms will not survive. But that was basically an attempt to, like, turn Ultimate Dragon into an effect monster. It's just a normal spell that says, target a fusion summoned Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon you control. This turn it can make a second and third attack, and when it attacks, your opponent can't activate effects until the end of the damage step. It just turns Ultimate Dragon into an Armades and also gives it 3 attacks. So, like, cool, but also, eh? This card's not fucking searchable. But, like I said, we added a second support set, and we decided to get some extra annoying cards. So, remember Chaos Max Dragon? Well, what if we just had regular Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon?
Oh, yeah.
Which is, again, very funny because they already made Chaos Max an 8, which was, like, super favorable. So we just made small Chaos Dragon, not Max.
Medium.
Yeah. Definitely has some of the same design language as Chaos Max, but is smaller. Parts of the design are more restrained. Looks a little less robotic, but still has, like, you know, diamonds and hexagons of light on it. Still got some purple lightning to let you know it's Chaos. We've got kind of a weird reverse unicorn horn thing going on. But still, like pretty reasonable, recognizable design language. This one is another Dark Dragon. Again, level 8, because Chaos Max was already 8, so we can't make it smaller. 3,000 attack, 0 defense. You can ritual summon with Chaos form, must be ritual summoned. Much like Chaos Max, can't be targeted and can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. This, by the way, is another... we'll talk about True Light shortly, but that was another thing. Like, nowadays, True Light is also pretty essential to the deck. Pre the structure deck, I think, honestly, True Light was a detriment to Master Duel versions of Blue Eye specifically because they were playing Chaos Max Turbo. And, luckily, like I said, the Blue Eyes deck has moved past it. But in case you are still doing this, do not flip True Light face up when you are playing Chaos Max. It makes your Chaos Max the most outable man in the world. Because, Chaos Max is only protected from your opponent's destruction and targeting effects. If you pop True Light, the Chaos Max still dies, chat. Anyway, Chaos Dragon says if this card was ritual summoned using Blue Eyes White Dragon, so literally they want you to fucking, like, ARA type shit with it. When it declares an attack, change the battle position of as many monster opponent controls as possible. If you do, the attack defense of those monsters becomes 0, and also it deals, piercing battle damage. So not double piercing, but arguably a more proactive effect. I don't think regular Chaos Dragon, non-maximum, minimum even, Chaos Dragon, overtook Chaos Max because, like I said, if you just attack a 0 defense guy, Chaos Max wins instantly. But its ability to 0 out your opponent's monsters, to possibly switch them all to defense position, is pretty good. Like, that's permanent. The attack defense 0 is permanente. But it requires you to specifically ritual summon it with that. Yeah, I agree, Tyranno King. Like, arguably this ritual is better. It's more reactive because it's still untargetable and indestructible, but like actually does something besides just wins the game. But I do not think it was ever as popular because, like, again, Blue Eyes, especially once Chaos Max came out, Blue Eyes became that OTK, like, local legends type deck. And when I say local legend, I mean, like, this deck will... Your friend online swears he always wins at locals with it, but you'll never take, like, a tournament with it. Yeah, Jet's a hard carry. But it took him a little bit to put out Jet. But, like... a lot of the players of that style of Blue Eyes are really committed to, I'm going to summon a 4K beater who's going to do double piercing and win in one single attack. Chaos Dragon is arguably a better monster. I think that the Chaos version has, like, properly, like, dropped down. We don't play the ritual anymore, but this is a pretty strong one. And then there was another. No, we did not. Sorry, we did not grab the correct art yet. Don't worry, we got a blank screen. Don't worry. We did another like really weird retrain. Like I literally don't. Like know quite where this came out. I guess this was kind of the like precursor to Jet Dragon. This is Blue Eyes Solid Dragon. Yeah, the name doesn't translate very well.
I'll keep saying it again. Yep, beat me to it. Plasma, gas, liquid.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if that was a really bad Discord lag. What the fuck were either of you saying just now?
Where's Blue Eyes Plasma Dragon, or Blue Eyes Gaseous Dragon, or Blue Eyes
I mean, you should say Liquid Dragon. Come on, that's the obvious answer.
I was saying all three of them, but okay.
Well, I didn't. You left Liquid for last, at least in that lineup. Like I said, I couldn't understand what either of you said in that moment because you were kind of talking over each other. Loth, what was your joke?
What?
The same thing.
Okay.
Max beat me to it. It's
sorry. Like I said,
I Discord lag.
Like I said, I don't think you said it at the same time yourselves, but like I said, you're when that information packet reached me, it kind of overlapped.
I fucking hate Discord lag.
It's so weird sometimes. But the funny thing is that yes, I appreciate the joke, especially given my current Discord profile. I finally changed it after months. But that's not what we're going for, because I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be based off the solid vision system, which is I'm pretty sure what Kaiba called his holograms in the original. There's a Rush Duel version of this idea, which is much better, because that's Blue Eyes Vision Dragon. There's no good scan of it because it has not been put into the Rush Duel video game yet and hasn't shown up in like Duel Links, but I'll put up on screen. That's literally just Blue Eyes as a hologram. Sorry, chat with a good one. I need Blue Eyes Solidus Dragon. Vision is, I think, a better execution of this concept because it's literally Blue Eyes as a hologram, and that's obviously what we're going for here. This guy has like a holographic projector in his mouth. His wings are dual discs though, which does rip, but the rest of it's like a little weirdly confusing. But yeah, this is meant to be Blue Eyes White Dragon, but also literally a dual disc. So it's a level 8 light dragon. It has a 2500 attack, 2000 defense. It is a Blue Eyes monster, so there's a lot going on there. If this card's normal or special, target a face-up monster your opponent controls, negate its effects. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, shuffle this card from your field into the deck, special summon a Blue Eyes from your deck. You can use each effect once per turn. For a card introduced in that Legendary Duelist set, like I said, a pretty decent run at support on summon, and there are several ways for you to summon, Blue Eyes monsters that are not the original Blue Eyes White Dragon. Just negate a monster, and also, like, has the ability to just shuffle itself back when your opponent activates a card or effect to dodge to summon out a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Cute. Again, this is one that I don't think I've seen a lot in deck lists. And I will say this, Blue Eyes I don't think has ever been quite as bad as, like, we've talked about this before, right? Galaxy, because it also had the Photon engine, and then also they've added, like, Tachyon properly as a deck, is a deck where there's way more than 40 good cards in it. So there's about a dozen different ways to build the deck and technically have it do the thing. There's a lot of Blue Eyes cards, but usually, like, depending on what support is the newest, the ratios are pretty locked in. Solid Dragon is a cool tech piece, but I do not think it was ever super popular. Obviously, there are a lot of ways to summon it out, but and it has a useful effect in that kind of like targeted negation, which is something the deck didn't really do. But I kind of feel like it doesn't have enough like stuff going on for him to actually like, or her or it, I don't know, it's a hologram to work with. So, like I said, I don't think it was ever super popular, especially because there are some other non-normal monster Blue Eyes that are useful. Like this one, Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon. This is the one with the hips, chat.
It's here.
And this is another one that was in like a like side set in Japanese. They had the Legendary Gold box for like the 20th anniversary, and this got turned into a promo in Legendary Duelist Season 2. Took a while to be imported. This definitely feels like a Deep Eyes retrain. Like, I mean, it's literally got a very similar body shape to Deep Eyes, but proportions are a little better, a little less freaky. But this is the case where, like, Konami realized, okay, Deep Eyes Dragon, cool concept. Not a Blue Eyes monster. So now that we've made Blue Eyes an archetype, not as good. A lot harder to search and summon. So this one is very much in the vein, still skinny, but like I said, the hips are like way more pronounced, and also because we're a lot closer, the weird chest lights look a lot more like boob lights. Still some interesting designs. Like I like the 4 wings on the ring as opposed to some of the other weird stuff that Deep Eyes did, and you can also kind of see she's got like side horns. Doing some interesting stuff. Also, still super in space. We're all about space here, I guess. So Abyss Dragon, which, by the way, this is another case of, like, very funny names. So this was Blue Eyes Dragon of the Abyss. The name in the OCG, the English part, was Deep of Blue Eyes, making it much more clear that it's just Deep Eyes Dragon. I think Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon flows a little better in English. Light Dragon, level 8. 25/25. Not worth living it. If this card is special summoned, add a ritual spell or polymerization from your deck to your hand. We didn't have Ultimate Fusion yet, so before then, this is your Poly Searcher, and also adds Chaos Form, or ARA, whatever, any ritual spell. Get fucked. During your end phase, you can add a level 8 or higher dragon monster from your deck to your hand. Just during your end phase. Search a card. You can banish this card from your graveyard. All level 8 or higher dragon monsters you control gain 1,000 attack. You can use each effect once per turn and only activate them while a Blue Eyes White Dragon is on your field or in your graveyard. This is another one that became an integral part of certain combos. Like I said, I have not actually looked at some of the Blue Eyes Dragon lists that are topping right now, but I think that Abyss Dragon still might be in some of them. But since you don't rely on Poly, it's not as important. But pre-Ultimate Fusion, you search and summon this card all the fucking time. Because like I said, it adds any ritual spell, adds any polymerization, from your deck to your hand. During your end phase, just adds more dragons. Any level 8 or higher dragon. You can add Bystials with that shit.
Oh, God.
And, honestly, we talk about this a lot. Vesper's not here right now in the call, but I should say, attack modulation is one of those things that, you think doesn't matter until it does. And banish a Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon to gain 1,000 for all your level 8 or higher dragons can be pretty cash. Makes your guys pretty big. So, like, very solid card, and, like I said, brings Deep Eyes, like, actually into the archetype, so you can do some stuff with it. Oh. So I just realized this card's not in Master Duel? I bet I understand why. This is gotta be, this is one of those Kazuki arts from the 2019 tins. So let me, I have to search online for Blue Eyes alternative Ultimate Dragons card art. Oh yeah. Not only is this a signature, but this is Kaz as hell. This is him really flexing his muscles in those 2019 tins. This is probably the sickest that Ultimate Dragon has ever looked.
Yeah, let's see it. Okay. If you told me that this was Blue Eyes Zombie Dragon, I would believe you.
I'm on the same vibe there, honestly.
I don't hate it.
Just a rougher drawing.
Yeah, it's in more of his manga style, but it's got some stuff out there. First of all, I do think there are some design improvements. The kind of like blue gem insets, which might supposed to be lights, I think are an improvement over some of the ways we've handled it. It's got 4 wings now. Definitely has arms. and feet. Like, this one's much better, like a much better design, but I think does kind of showcase like being a little rougher in the design style because it is just, you know, it's great. Not sketch because it's colored, but, you know, like this is just, they were like, hey Kaz, can you draw us an ultimate dragon again? And he was just like, got it. Whew. So, you know, Blue Eyes alternate ultimate dragon.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yes, it is hard to say. Blue Eyes alternative ultimate dragon. What's very funny is that the way they do the vowel sounds in Japanese is they're also different vowels. It's Blue Eyes Oru, like an O sound, alternate ultimate with like an Aru sound dragon. And the actual Japanese is also like kind of a tongue twister. Seigan no Kyukoku Aryu. So lots of U's in place there. Anyway.
I think I understand the alternate now because it sounds similar to ultimate.
Yeah, it's kind of doing a thing. Anyway, Light Dragon Fusion, level 12, same stats, 45, 38. Materials are Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Blue Eyes White Dragon. I am honestly kind of surprised that they've never done like a proper retrain, which is just 3 Blue Eyes monsters. Like, they've stuck to their guns. Your opponent can't target or destroy this card with card effects. Just a simplified version. Once per turn, target one card your opponent controls, destroy it. Just a pop. If this card was fusion summoned using a monster whose original name was Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon as material, because remember, alternative counts as Blue Eyes on the field. You can target up to 3 cards your opponent controls instead. This card can't attack the turn it's activated. So it has the alternative pop effect built in, but if you use alternative, you get 3 pops, or pop 3. I think effect-wise, Neo's a little better in what it can do because it gets like 3 attacks. But this one actually has protection, can't be targeted or destroyed, and is a pop 1. Can't quite close out the game, and obviously requiring alternatives a little weird, but yeah. Oh no, like talking about stealing Gandora Flow. Yes, no, I feel like Kaiba saw Gandora X and was like, man, that dragon's kind of cool. What if it was white? But during this period, we got a shitload more spell trap supports, including, first of all, probably the funniest thing they could reference to make a card art until they did Jet Dragon. Bingo Machine, go! They used 3 exclamation points in this. In the Japanese, they did not use 3 exclamation points because this was Bingo Machine, go, go! 2 goes. But I do believe Kaiba does actually say Bingo Machine, go. Or at least somebody in the Kaiba Corp crew for Battle City says. Because in case you don't remember, this Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Bingo Machine was in the anime. Kaiba made this to randomize the brackets for the Battle City finals.
Thanks for reminding me. I was wondering what the fuck this thing was.
Yeah, no, once again, Kaiba, he's very focused. So this card says, reveal 3 cards from your deck that meets at least one of the following criteria. It's got a bullet point. Your opponent randomly picks 1, shuffle the rest. You only activate 1 Bingo Machine Go per turn, and that's either a Blue Eyes monster or a spell trap that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon or Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, except Bingo Machine Go, which is actually pretty good because, as I mentioned before, several of those Blue Eyes spell traps were not searchable. Like, Burst Stream could be searched with Mausoleum, but I mentioned that Neutron Blast was not searchable normally. Bingo Machine Go does solve that. Not that you would ever pick that off Bingo Machine Go. But this card is like very important because 2 reasons. One, obviously you can just pick any 3 Blue Eyes you want, but also, hey, guess what? Chaos Form says Blue Eyes White Dragon explicitly on it because Chaos Form says that you can banish a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your graveyard or a Dark Magician whose levels exactly equal the Chaos ritual you want to summon. So, hence the Bingo Machine strat of just showing your opponent any number of Chaos Maxes or Chaos Forms. So, just a good one. Also, honestly, just a great search card. Like, I'm pretty sure you're still playing 3 Bingo Machine Go to this day, because it's like, yes, it's the most ashable card in the world, but just ever since Monarchs, we know, show your opponent 3 cards, which can be 3 of the same card. They pick one for you to add. It's great. Like, just, it's good. It doesn't search Eyes of Blue, but it'll search you any of your other Blue Eyes bullshit. Speaking of which, more Blue Eyes bullshit spell cards. You remember Majesty with Eyes of Blue? Here's another one that's just a really weird card that lets you do anime bullshit. Rage with Eyes of Blue. It's the 3 Blue Eyes. This is...
One's played, I think.
Yeah, it is also played, but this is not exactly the same, but definitely is referencing the pose from the very first episode of the anime and from the appropriate manga chapter where Yami Yugi is staring down the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons going, shit, man, what am I gonna do? Anyway, top deck Exodia.
Yeah.
But...
oh, no. Anyway.
Yeah. It's like, man, what will I do? I mean, and Kaiba tells him, surrender. Surrender, sucker. And he's like, no, I'll give it one more draw. So, Rage with Eyes of Blue is a quick play spell card that says, banish this card and as many cards as possible from your hand, field, and graveyard, face down. Everything you've built, get fucked. It's gone. Special summon up to 3 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck. You can't normal or special the turn you activate this card except Blue Eyes White Dragon. So this does, like, nuke your entire board, your entire graveyard, your entire hand. But you get to summon 3 Blue Eyes. Which means that if you have this card and you, like, break your opponent's board and you still have your Blue Eyes in your deck, or some number of Blue Eyes in your deck, you can just OTK. Like, if your opponent doesn't have anything, you can just be, and Rage, die.
Suffer.
It's not a perfect card, again, because, like, the banish requirements are awful, but it does let you summon 3 Blue Eyes instantly, and they all still get to attack. So, like, you get to do some funny stuff. We also got Piercing the Darkness before we got Piercing the Darkness, Strength and Unity. United Strength in Japanese. It's just looking at Dragon Master Knight from a different angle. Now, Blackluster Soldier has purple sex energy instead of green fart cloud energy.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to hear that. Oh.
Please never say those things. Say that kind of thing again.
No, I'm gonna say that one again. Also, don't at me about the green thing. That was Lost's fault. He said that.
That was a green font energy. You know, fuck you.
As I said.
Well.
Anyway, this is a continuous spell card that says, if you ritual or fusion summon using Blue Eyes or Dark Magician, this came out the same time as Destined Rivals, you can target one card your opponent controls or in their graveyard, banish it. You can send this face-up card from the field to the graveyard, target a level 7 or higher normal in your graveyard, add it to your hand or shuffle it back. You can only use each effect once per turn. Like I said, this is Piercing the Darkness where they printed Piercing the Darkness, which is just generic normal monster extra deck support. But this basically turns ritual or fusion summoning using a Blue Eyes White Dragon or a Dark Magician into Dark Magical Circle. I don't think this was ever a big hit with Blue Eyes players, but it's a thing you can do. It's very funny, and it does have, you know, Big Bonkulus on it. The next one, which is another one that does actually see some play. Also, I love this, just the way this card art is drawn. Even though this is technically a GX reference card art, it's still really good. This is the ultimate creature of destruction, which I have to say the Japanese version of as well. The Japanese version of this text is Kyojin Muteki Saikyo. Tough, invincible, unbeatable. Which I assume is what Kaiba Man said when he summoned Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon against Jade and Yuki in the skyscraper field, which is why this card art looks like this.
Yeah.
Ooh, tacky.
But I love the addition of not just it's in the skyscraper field, but there's a fucking TV screen behind it with live on it that is showing the Ultimate Dragon being summoned. That's a visual gag I've seen a few places, but I love it. Anyway, this is a normal trap that is searchable with Bingo Machine Go and has seen some play in Blue Eyes before. This is a normal trap that says target a Blue Eyes monster you control. This turn, that face-up monster is unaffected by card effects except its own, cannot be destroyed by battle, and any monster that battles it is destroyed at the end of the damage step. While this card is in your graveyard, you can't, if you normal or special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can set it, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use this effect once per turn. This just turns one of your Blue Eyes into a towers. And I believe that there are a few other Blue Eyes cards which do some effect. I don't remember which one it is. And like I said, if I forgot any of the spell traps, remind me, chat. But I think there's also, was it Destined Rivals? Is the one that forces your opponent to attack? Because we talked about Destined Rivals, I think, when we talked about Dark Magician. But there's a final attack orders type card you can do with Blue Eyes as well. So if you have both, it's just like your opponent is forced to attack your Blue Eyes, which is indestructible and destroys the monster after attacking. But our last little block of support added in some tins. This is very popular for a while to do tins in tin promos with Blue Eyes related stuff. But it's True Light. Okay, so Destined Rivals is the board game. Like I said, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I distinctly remember an episode of something Douglas Zeef related where I think it was the Blue Eyes Master Roulette episode where Farfa actually no, I think it was a season of Master Saga, but Farfa actually did that shit. He had a Blue Eyes, he targeted it with Ultimate Creature of Destruction, but for some reason his opponent was forced to attack. So like he won because Doug just beat his head into a Blue Eyes over and over again. Anyway, True Light is the light version of Eternal Soul. It shows the, Ka tablet with Blue Eyes on it. I'm not a huge fan of this card art because I think there's too much light in it. We're obscuring Blue Eyes' face for some reason with the lens flare, and I'm just like, why? Why, though?
What could this monster possibly be?
Yeah, I don't know. But this is a continuous trap that has effects that are very similar to Eternal Soul. In that your opponent can't target Blue Eyes White Dragon with card effects, specifically Blue Eyes White Dragon. If this face-up card is sent from the spell trap zone to the graveyard, destroy all monsters you control, and you can also use one of the following effects once per turn. Special summon a Blue Eyes from your hand or graveyard, set a spell trap from your deck that mentions Blue Eyes with a different name from the cards you control or in your graveyard. Again, very similar to what Eternal Soul does, but this is just another engine for summoning out more Blue Eyes. Gets you Blue Eyes on board. Those Blue Eyes are not targetable, though are still destructible and other interactionable. But if it's destroyed, because the whole tablet thing, you get out of it. Or, if you don't need a special summon, because you probably don't, lets you fetch many of your other, weird spell traps. So, very, very solid options, very solid stuff.
It's got some support, it's got some stuff.
Like I said, I think for a while this was a trap, because, again, the main thing Blue Eyes was making was Chaos Max, and, you could use you could literally use True Light to set Chaos Form from your deck, kind of shit. So you would use it as a way to get into Chaos Max. But then if you just pop True Light, and let me tell you, chat, I know it's not always vogue, but when I play in Master Duel and shit, I always play spot removal, even if it's bad. I play, like I'm playing arguably a turbo meta deck right now in White Forest Azamina Fiendsmith. Just because I want to actually play Azamina cards, and unfortunately for some godforsaken reason, that would require me to play Goblin Bikers if I wanted the Fiends as fusion material, and that shit just don't work. But I play the terrible pop 1 that requires you to control the White Forest Synchro, because you never fucking know when your opponent is going to play that annoying back row card that you need to get rid of with a pop 1 before you can play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! So, like, True Light is a magnet for cards like MST or Cyclone or any other weird pop 1s.
It's like the Dark Magician version. It's like, get rid of this card. It's gotta go.
Yeah. I will say this one is a little better because I believe Eternal Soul says send all monsters you control to the graveyard. This does say destroy, so you can blank it with later effects. But like I said, True Light was a great way to out your own Chaos Max in the first brew, or the earliest brews they were playing in Master Duel. But it's come back around. It is now much more reliable because of a lot of cards that got put in later because they were starting to build up to this Blue Eyes era. The first card that helped build up to this Blue Eyes era, the one of the ones I am nettled about, though it is very funny when they released it, Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. Again, one of those motherfuckers of cards, but Jet Dragon is similar to some other cards, a reference to a thing that happened in the anime, because Kaiba did have a fucking jet shaped like a Blue Eyes, though admittedly, that at least makes sense because Kaiba Corp was an arms manufacturer before he took it over and turned it into an electronic games company. Or just an amusement company in general, because he built a theme park too. It's like if Walt Disney built tanks and then adopted a child who defeated him in a weird stockbrokering game and then turned it into the Disney company we know. Anyway, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is weird sometimes.
Yep.
But Jet Dragon references that, which, yes, that is a very cute reference. Again, man, boy, this was Battle of Chaos 2022. I think there were some Red Eyes cards in 2022, but they were nowhere near as good as Jet Dragon. Light Dragon, level 8.
I want this thing to crash.
Yeah, this card
In-game.
absolutely made Blue Eyes a very annoying deck in Master Duel ladders. Wasn't good enough to make it competitive yet, but it does see play in the Modern Brew because it's a very good card. This is a level 8 Dragon, like I said, 3,000 attack, 0 defense. Other cards you control can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So, by the way, this does not explicitly protect you from True Light, but it does protect your True Light. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. I can only activate them while a Blue Eyes White Dragon is on your field or in your graveyard. Again, giving you great reasons to hit your foolish burials. If a card on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, especially summon this card from the graveyard if it was there, or hand if it wasn't. So just if you destroy, summon. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles, target a card your opponent controls, return it to hand. Both of these effects are turbo annoying because guess fucking what? That's just if a card on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect. So this is one of those cards that's just really annoying to get rid of because it keeps summoning itself back from the graveyard unless you, like, DD Crow or Called by it. Called by being my primary use because you use that for a lot of things.
It just keeps coming back.
And then also at the start of the damage step, so you can't even, like, attack over it because then you just get to target one bounce. And it does protect your other cards. So it's a card that, like, requires you to much like the original Maiden of White, Jet Dragon is a card that requires an answer, but also dealing with that answer is really annoying because if you pop it, then once you pop other cards in your opponent's board, it's in their graveyard, so they get to summon it back, unless they've already summoned it. You know, if you have a lot of things in Yu-Gi-Oh, because of the way once per turns work, are good if you have two of them, but you don't always have, like, two completely separate pops for Jet Dragon. And also, you can't just run it over. Yeah, Red Eyes Soul should be cool, but it's not enough yet. But yeah, Jet Dragon is like one of those strong contenders. We did mention before also. We retrained Lordus of D, which I don't think we mentioned before because this guy is absolutely a Blue Eyes support. But we may have mentioned him because his name is very unfortunate because it's Dictator of D. Lord of Dragon, Dragon's Dictator. Now he has the Blue Eyes stick. Actually, I think it's a Flute of Summoning Dragon, but it's explicitly a Blue Eyes. Anyway. Dictator of D. A Dark Spellcaster, level 4.
This guy is going to dictate as he pleases.
It's true.
Yeah.
He will be dooting. Shit, has anyone ever redrawn? That sounds like a great like Discord or Twitch emote. Redraw that panel of just the silhouette of Dr. Doom saying he will do it as he pleases, but make it Lord of D, aka Dictator of D, blowing on the Blue Eyes flute. Anyway, Dictator of D is like I said, Dark Spellcaster level 4, 1200 attack, 1100 defense, same stats as the original Lord of D. While you control a Blue Eyes monster, you choose the attack targets for your opponent's attacks. Very annoying. You can use each of the following effects of Dictator once per turn. Send a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand or deck to graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. It's a fucking free special. Discard a Blue Eyes White Dragon or one card that mentions it. Target a Blue Eyes in your graveyard. Special summon it. So you don't even lose the Blue Eyes you send from deck. Again, this guy like didn't break the deck open, but they came up with a very funny way to get you a spellcaster, which works for shit like Melody of Awakening and so on. Which we have talked about in previous episodes.
It's real funny when you think about it that Blue Eyes has spawned 2 different archetypes to help it.
Yeah.
Like, Eyes of White. Oh, sorry. With Eyes of Blue and of D.
Yeah.
Well, that's because it's just like legacy support works. Because like one is legacy support, and the other case because it's like also think about Sea Serpent Soldier of Darkness, I think. Like the retrain of that guy.
Yeah. Well, that's because that guy was like already retrained because he was like Kaiser Seahorse, and then they did another thing.
Yeah, Kaiser Seahorse.
But like, you are correct that guy was also the Sea Serpent Warrior of Darkness. They like retrained him multiple times, which was weird.
It's because again, it's the legacy support thing. If they basically keep trying to dig a new well in like the same field.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is the thing that like I will at least say, well, it's not like a meta.
In some
deck.
versions, I think it's nice, but they give cards actually ability to have cards because it gives you like a realized idea of what they would have done. But
yeah, that's what I was about to say. Because that's what they did with Shining Sark, right? Is they unified all of like a lot of like the Yugi classic monsters around the Shining Sarcophagus card.
So to me, it just means they can't really go back to those anymore because that's already a thing idea there. So like they got like a one card or 2 or something like that. But like how I feel like Luna's cards could use like 2 or 3 more cards, but.
They may still do because they like retrained all of her core cards, but they still have room for like adding new stuff that is Ancient Fairy Dragon themed. As seen with the Eyes of Blue like guys, they're not afraid to just insert more lore to even anime classic archetypes. So like there's still room for improvement. But yeah, we have a couple of different like design philosophies, like Shining Sark, and arguably what they've done with cards like Neo Kaiser Seahorse and Dictator of D, like. Those were just cards used by that guy that they've made have Blue Eyes synergies, even though they're not necessarily, like, part of the archetype. Or you could do lots of other stuff with cards like, you know, The Dark Magicians, Magician's Souls, etc., Rod, Rogue, and, like, actually build an archetype around...
What's a character's deck they haven't actually expanded upon? Let's think.
I mean, there's still a few. I actually recently rewatched MBT's, like, old Twitter thread video from a year or 2 ago about that. Panic, aka Player Killer, like Castle of
honestly,
Dark
that being a real life thing would be interesting.
Like
if they made it like if they did like a goal like the Shining Sarcophagus thing, but it's this retrain of like the Castle of Darkness.
Yeah. Like make kind of like what they did with Labyrinth Wall. Make that a field spell instead that has like effects. You know, if you want to get real freaky, you could actually play the darkness thing by make it about like putting your monsters like, you know, face down.
Face down and attack.
Yeah, maybe not an attack because I don't think they want to do that because that could get fucky. But like, flip them face down so that like when your opponent attacks them, they can't see. You could like because you can write anything on a card art. Much like you could actually put them in face down attack. I just think that Konami doesn't want to do that again because that would probably lead to more rulings headaches. But like, make it so that like, you know, during your battle phase, you can flip your monsters face up. At the end of your battle phase, flip them all back face down, kind of a thing. While you control, you know, the true Castle of Dark Illusions or something, your opponent cannot target your face down cards with effects and can't destroy them with card effects or something. So you have to get rid of the field spell type shit. Like there's a lot of room in there.
Yeah.
The face down attack spell is so funny, but I understand why they did it because once they printed links, those could actually be put face down. I still think we should do that just to fuck over links, but
I feel like there should be actual link hate cards that are like.
I mean, there are a couple, but they're not. The fact that links are left out of D barrier is like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like we should cards that just fuck over links because it's like I feel like links are too easy and also like some are too strong. But I think that's just most types. But it's like a link. You could put a link card in almost any deck without having a problem.
Yeah. Anyway, this is another one of those weird anniversary side grades. This is kind of like a lot of prize winning, like World's prize cards they did, but different.
Yeah.
This is the Dragon of Pride and Soul, which obviously is a reference to Blue Eyes. Kind of like what they did with the Chronicle Magicians, which is like a reference to DM and DMG. This is like a 25th anniversary card, but is, again, obviously supposed to reference Blue Eyes very clearly. No, we'll get there. We're alphabetical. Mystical Elf is next.
He's going to pull off fucking Amakusa's NP.
Twin break.
And he does have twin arm bursts. Mystical Elf is M. So we're talking about all the pre-structured deck support in alphabetical order. So Dragon of Pride and Soul comes out. This is a Dark Dragon level 8 with 25/25 because it's 25th anniversary card. Can't be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand while your opponent has 25 or more cards in their graveyard. While you have 25 or more cards in your graveyard, this card gains 2,500 attack and defense. It's cute. There are some other like retrains they did of this. There's an Ultimate and a Dragon Master Knight version of this, in addition to Master Magia. Obviously, this doesn't go in Blue Eyes decks because this doesn't go in any deck, honestly, because it requires your opponent to have 25 cards in graveyard. When the fuck are you going to do that unless you're playing Tier Limits format? But there's a cute couple of these cards that they did for the 25th anniversary, and like I said, it's worth referencing because it is explicitly like Blue Eyes adjacent, because it is white and it does have blue eyes, but it also has gold trim. It's also in space. We like putting Blue Eyes in space, I've noticed. But as chat did bring up, we did another. This was another like V-Jump promo, which are like mostly weird shit. They packed it into Legendary Duelist Season 3 in the TCG. It's the Mystical Elf White Lightning, because we decided to reference a very specific weird thing that happened in Duelist Kingdom, where you remember there was a fake guy, there was an evil clown who pretended to be Kaiba, and they made a lot of ghost puns in the dub. So Mystical Elf White Lightning, aka Holy Elf Holy Burst Stream, that was the dub name. By the way, even though they called the spell card Burst Stream of Destruction, they named this White Lightning.
I look at this and it's like, you know, we really could just have an entire set of archetype that is just JoJo references.
I mean, you could.
This just looks like a part 3. I don't know why, but this looks like a fucking parody of a part 3 like page.
I mean, here's the thing. This is also just a Yu-Gi-Oh manga panel. This is just how that fight looked in the manga.
I know. I'm just saying that like it has the same kind of vibe with like something there.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if. Sorry, that's a terribly tiny edit. Let me try and grab the panel a little bit.
Because I just think a stand thing, because it'd just be like, how it would work. It would be like extra deck equip, basically like main deck cards that equip extra deck cards as, it just basically equips cards from the extra deck or specific cards from the extra deck as equip spells to them, add effects to them, and then there's if it's specific one of each one of them, it has an extra effect.
But considering how like dark and gothic Yu-Gi-Oh was, I would not be surprised if Kazuki was not a Takashi Sensei was not a reader of JoJo, because remember JoJo's been around a long fucking time, and is very influential. Yeah, here's the manga panel. Yes, you will notice that, by the way, he's just kind of playing it on a board. The hologram thing I think was played up way more for the anime. Sorry, I just realized that guy's official name is the ventriloquist of death. Oh no, okay, it was a slightly different guy. That was the guy in the manga who had like a puppet of Kaiba, and the impersonator of death was the weird guy. God, Pegasus's eliminators were so weird. They called that guy fucking.
He hired a bunch of freaks,
death.
like it's fucking Farscape.
Anyway, this again is referencing a very specific, like thing where like Yugi defeats one Blue Eyes through nonsense, and then he Monster Reborns it back, and then he has Holy Elf summoned, and he's like, by the way, my Holy Elf has been chanting a spell this entire time, because Duelist Kingdom was basically an RPG light. So it created this effect. So Mystical Elf White Lightning is a light spellcaster level 4. Same stats as Mystical Elf, 800 attack, 2k defense. When a monster your opponent controls, I should say, activates its effect, while you control a level 5 or higher normal monster, quick effect, special summon from your hand. If you do, negate that effect. During your opponent's battle phase, you can target a normal monster either in either graveyard, summon it to your field. If you do, all monsters your opponent controls must attack that monster this turn, if able, while you control it. You can only use each effect once per turn. This is a V-Jump promo, so I don't think it ever made it into any decks, but it is a very cool reference. It is interesting to me that it doesn't actually do the thing that Mystical Elf did in that episode, where it added her 800 attack to Blue Eyes. But if you do wombo combo this with something like Ultimate Creature of Destruction, you can do some very funny things with your opponent crashing. And I think people thought this might be good in some Blue Eyes decks because it's like a free extender. Arguably, the new Legacy support they got anyway is much better, but I appreciate when they do these references to very specific like events that are cool, but also are mechanically impossible. We also got another a fusion. Arguably, probably one of their better fusion targets since Twin Burst, because it's the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. And if you don't know, this is a reference to both the trap card Tyrant's Wing, which is a fairly generic dragon card, and also the Tyrant Burst Dragon, which was, remember, in the Atlantis season, the legendary dragons. Fang of Critias is a weird card that creates monsters out of sending trap cards. And I do believe that Kaiba actually did make a dragon like this in that anime season. Yeah. I don't know if he was like dragons mirrored, banished, or just like a weird contact fusion.
Very un-Blue Eyes looking. I'll say it.
Yeah, well, it's because it's a combo of Blue Eyes with the
yeah.
Tyrant Dragon, Tyrant Burst Dragon, sorry, because Tyrant Dragon's a different dragon, with the weird wing effect. So it's got a silhouette like Blue Eyes, but it's got some extra shit on its head. Its color palette is different, and it's got Blue Eyes' wings, but it's hard to tell because they're glowing yellow with the Tyrant Wing effect. Anyway, Tyrant Dragon is a level 8 Light Dragon Fusion with 3,400 attack and 2,900 defense. I do believe the original Tyrant Ring is 400. Its materials are, they finally done it, chat. Blue Eyes finally got a semi-generic fusion monster. They are finally on the level of Dark Dragoon. It's Blue Eyes White Dragon plus 1 dragon monster. Must first be fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra by tributing Blue Eyes equipped to the fusion monster. Unaffected by trap cards or effects. Can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each. Once per turn during the end of the damage step. If this card battled, target a trap, set it. Pretty good card. For the 2022 type design, pretty good card. Can attack all the monsters your opponent controls once each. Unaffected by trap cards. Not actually a terrible effect because this was like primo Labyrinth Hours. It got a decent stat line. Materials are pretty easy to set up. I mean, the reason why about the way it works. Oh, I should show Tyrant Ring Dragon. We can grab him real quick. They probably could revamp those, but I think the problem is that they already did all the Hermos fusions in like 2016 when they did the Legendary Dragons set. So unfortunately, they already did that bullshit. Though I guess they did retrain the Timaeus stuff for Dark Magician, so we could get some Hermos retrains. That could be good. Would give them an excuse to print a new fusion spell for Red Eyes, and maybe one that means that I don't have to play fucking one of Claw of Hermos, because honestly, Red Eyes Dragon Sword is actually a really great way to close out a lot of games. Goes really well with Slash Dragon. But yeah, let me grab the Tyrant Burst main. Because that basically is where the non-Blue Eyes parts of this guy's aesthetic come from. That's why he's got the weird head gem and kind of the sharper angles. And I guess the color scheme is kind of the fusion of Tyrant Burst Dragon's like coloring and Blue Eyes' coloring. And Tyrant Burst does have the effect to equip this monster to a target and then make attacks. So you could actually... I think they tried to actually make it so you could run fucking Fang of Critias in a Blue Eyes deck. You don't do that. We just don't do that. You don't need to do that. But they're trying to line it up. Yeah, it has a trident tail. All right. Here's another big one, because, you know, we're all about adding fusions. A card that is really hard to get a hold of in real life, because they just printed it at QCR. I think they are, like, reprinting it, but in English they printed it as QCR, which is very funny because this was just in a box in Japanese. But we talked about him a lot. Dragon Master Magia. The Japanese name is either Ultimate Dragon Mage or Master of Dragon Magia.
Yes, this one.
I want to argue this one has way cooler aura because it's not Blackluster Soldier for no reason other than I think that was Yugi's biggest monster at the time. It's Magician of Black Chaos. Very iconic, cool boy.
He looks more like a jester here.
Yeah, his hat has always been a little weird, but he's got his magical stick, and he's got his scarf, and he's got his weird bondage straps on, so he's ready to party, and he's standing on top of a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Also, the shot does confirm my earlier points where I was like, I'm pretty sure regular Ultimate Dragon has arms. So, yeah, no. Very simple card art, good background effects.
Did Ultimate always have what looked like shoulder pads like that? Or am I just misremembering?
Did it have the weird shoulder... Probably because a lot of Blue Eyes monsters have that, but it's possible that it didn't and they just added those because a lot of Blue Eyes monsters have it. We've been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes, so I'm not going back to check.
Fair.
We're still not at the new structure deck yet. Anyway, Dragon Master Magia is a light dragon fusion, level 12, 5,000 attack,
For our
4,000
stream,
defense.
here we go.
Materials are 1 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon or 3 Blue Eyes Monsters, plus 1 Chaos or Blackluster Soldier Ritual Monster. Very fun material, so it does name check some specific named monsters, which lets you do some funny things, but also, you could just hard make this with 3 Blue Eyes and 1 Chaos Ritual Monster, which could include either of the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragons.
They could.
So, like, they did a good job of making this monster both specific but also loose enough to be played in a multitude of ways. Must be fusion summoned. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, negate and destroy, you can use this effect in response to each card type once per turn. So this is up to 3 negates, but only 1 negate of a given type, monster, spell, trap, each turn. If this face-up card leaves its owner control because of opponent's card, you can special summon a Blue Eyes monster or a Chaos or Blackluster Soldier Ritual monster from your extra deck or graveyard. So yeah, just, you know, big fuck you. If your opponent, this is a multi-negate that's a fucking 5k body. And also, if your opponent does actually get rid of it, it fucking floats. Annoying as hell. Yes, we won't be talking about the couple of Chronicles guys, because that should be a separate segment. And did we talk about them in the DM episode? I don't remember. The DM episode was a while ago. But yeah, Magia, Dragon Master Magia is a very expensive card in real life because it was only printed, like I said, in QCR and in Terminal Revenge. Didn't even get in like the quarter century Bonanza type shit. But in Master Duel is just a 30, I should say, ultra rare dust away. And this is a card that you can conceivably make in whatchamacallit.
I just like the art of this card.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool look. But it's a card you can
I
conceivably
think-
make in some Blue Eyes decks.
I think it's also just it's my favorite version of like Bishop Black Chaos because it also because ironically it looks like a dude that's just wearing the costume.
Yeah, I will say this. It's probably the cleanest Magician has looked. While his like Chaos Max form is pretty cool, it's very stylized in Kazuki's style. And we just hey, guess what? We haven't retrained the Black Chaos in a while. Anyway, this is Ultimate Dragon of Pride and Soul. Sorry, it took me a second to get his card art there because this card's not in Master Duel yet, apparently. But what I was going to say before was Master Magia was kind of the Blue Eyes deck du jour until they released all the new structure deck shit in Master Duel, which, by the way, once again, reminding you how fucked up Master Duel's release schedule is. They released that now, the same month that they released the structure deck in English, despite the fact that I think there are still, multiple previous sets of cards that are not released. Mimigul's not in Master Duel.
Who fused with the Dragon of Pride and Soul to become a final boss?
I don't know for Ultimate
It
Dragon.
looks like that's what it looks like, though. You know, it looks
Yeah.
like a man fused with the dragon to become a god.
It's kind of hunched over, yeah. He has a big back and he's kind of hunched. I like the kind of color play they did with the gold and white again. He's got one gold eye, one blue eye.
It's like
And
Dragon-
also the orbs have gone to the mouths.
Yeah.
it's like the Dragon of Pride and Soul is only an animal. It has no true will. It only can bend reality and time and space. I shall make it bend a new universe to my will, or some shit. The physics of speech.
I'm just baffled by here's my normal head, but also here's the other two heads just coming out like fucking noodles.
Well, I think the board.
I think the front head is doing something similar, but it's posed forward. Also, notice his blade knees are really in your face. It's another weird Yu-Gi-Oh perspective.
I think the angle's just fucked.
So Ultimate Dragon of Pride and Soul is a level 12 Dark Dragon fusion effect.
It should have been a slightly different angle, I think, just to show the neck,
Yeah,
the
probably.
front neck.
It's 45/45, interestingly enough. This is actually generic. This just says 3 monsters with 2,500 original attack and defense. Not attack or defense. Sag. While you control this fusion summon
Okay,
card,
so-
your opponent can't target it with card effects. It can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. While you have 25 or more cards in your graveyard, this fusion summon monster gains 4,500 attack and defense. Once per turn, if your opponent has 25 or more cards in their graveyard, destroy all cards your opponent controls.
So there's basically so there's meant to be a big Chronicle. Okay, so there's basically a 20th anniversary Chronicle deck somewhere in the world that doesn't work, but it's funny.
Yes, very funny concept, but
Okay,
This
okay.
is not a dragon. Okay, go Axe.
No, we go. My thing's gonna take a bit.
This is not a dragon. But this is what I think of when I see this fucking asshole right here.
I want to click.
This is a monster from a previous Monster Hunter game.
Well, it's like a
it
stone
feels
crab,
like
but
those
it's
things-
got dragon heads. It's got dragon tentacles.
Is that an octopus? Is that like a crab manipulating a dragon corpse?
It's an octopus or cephalopod or squid that lives in a basically a grave of dragon bones.
I've always liked the
And-
puppeteer
oh.
boss is like the spider that controls the giant robot.
And during the fight, it will like reach a tentacle down and bring out a different head of a different monster to do some shenanigans at you.
That's cool. But
For those in the chat, I showed them the Carcos from Monster Hunter.
that's cool. So, the bit I wanted to add was, like it was the previous card because it was about that card. What's
That
the name
was,
of it again?
what was it exactly? It was Ultimate Dragon of Pride and Soul.
Ultimate Dragon Pride and Soul. Is it? I assume it's not in Master Duel.
No, not yet.
Okay, because honestly, I would love to see them try to make Master Chef out of that card. A deck to make all that effects actually proc. So basically make a Chronicle deck of
God,
like all the fucking 25 cards.
That could work.
I
And
feel like
you
that'd
know
be a
that,
cool prompt.
hey, chat. Here's my hot take on Master Duel Master Chef. First of all, yes, MBT has always been in the wrong for just like not finding some way to like
Give the
show
footage
editors
to
more,
to the judge.
show the judges more and kind of like blind react. I know he said that like the summaries were an option, but like, well, your summaries sucked ass. That should probably be better. But we all know that if they did that, Douglas Zeef should deserve to come in dead last, but somehow Farfa would come in dead last. That's right. While Farfa's fan base can eat 9 billion eggs, I think even
He
Farfa
got
knows this.
the latest episode. No, it's fair. He put the effort in. That's the one time.
Yeah, he's
I think that's
trying.
fair.
Like I think like Farfa has a character arc in Master Duel Master Chef that's very funny, and like I actually like the bit. People are taking it way too seriously that he's being quote unquote slighted, even though several of his decks have been dog ass. Some of his decks have been good. The Blue Eyes Pendulum was actually really good, and if you haven't seen, Nova actually was a react Andy to the whole thing and said that she totally would have given him first place if she'd actually seen it play, because MBT did not phrase it as consistent as it was in his 2 matches, that he actually did that strat basically every time. He still lost a lot, but the deck was actually a very good cook. But what I've realized is that, like Doug said, Doug can't deck build outside of limited. Like he does not have
it's why he wants Battle Pack. It's where he thrives.
He does not have the ability to in 30 minutes turn to chat and like build a constructed quality deck.
That man needs a wheel. He listens. The man lives on wheels.
Wheel.
He craves the wheel. I mean, is it wrong though?
Yeah,
He's become
the wheels
wheel
have
man.
become a meme. It's true. But yeah, no. Like Farfa is actually decent when he puts his mind to it. I think MBT and Gage both, like, they have their cases where sometimes they do very obvious decks, but also they do tried and true decks. And I think that, like, MBT is the, like, jank or 10-minute testing ass deck master. Like, he's literally pulling up old TMTs for some of this stuff, which, by the way, I don't think is bad.
Deal.
But Gage is kind of like, Gage is always going to pick probably the most powerful deck he can build, because I think that's just how he's wired. Also, but, like, he tries.
I do want to add, because it kind of, to me, it lets me see kind of like all the different kind of ways or what is truly all these people. Doug Zeef is a gimmicky man that just has a lot of bullets in his pockets. He's waiting to shoot. Farfa is a Yu-Gi-Oh content creator who I think sometimes has let the brainworms and the brainfish get too hard, but he still gives a fuck about the game at heart. MBT is very much like, I always say, like, a man that is dedicated to being on the pulse of Yu-Gi-Oh for its entire lifespan. And Gage is a pro player that used to be in a part of a card shop, so he's always been part of a pro scene, and always like he's never disconnected himself from being like having the professional mind, especially when it comes to basically refusing to acknowledge battle tricks and other certain cards that exist.
Yeah, Gage is like he's a former pro player and content creator who was kind of like out of the loop for a while. He's starting to come back, but like he was the other half of Prague for a little too long, I think, and it shows. But you're right that like Joseph is truly the guy who like knows
every card that exists,
every deck. I think the only reason why he started losing in Master Roulette is because Konami makes shitty master packs now, or secret selection packs. Like literally every new archetype that's good is like 8 ultra rares, and not even MBT luck can fix that. But like genuinely, he's just really good at like picking up any archetype. But this is Ultimate Fusion, by the way. We've had this on screen for a while. This is their first new fusion card, which, like I said, this one irritates me personally because of how Red Eyes Fusion has been treated. This is a quick play spell card that says, during the main phase, fusion summon 1 fusion monster for your extra deck that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon or Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon as material by shuffling the materials from your hand, field, or graveyard into the deck. Then you can destroy face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of Blue Eyes White Dragons and Ultimate Dragons used from the field as material. So this is Parallel World Fusion, but better. And it's
pretty good. Also, Mega, I'm sorry, but one day they're going to make Red Eye support again, and they're going to be Union monsters with Gemini effects.
Well, they haven't turned... You know what? Fuck it. Make Red Eyes a pendulum deck. They haven't done that to Dark Magician or Blue Eyes yet.
Omega, don't give me a reason to play Red Eyes.
You are the pen wizard here.
We'll make Red... no, that means we'll turn it into Red Eyes.
Make Red Eyes, like, funny again.
Here's the funny thing. I like Pen. I only play very, like 1 or 2 Pen decks, and the same deck.
Like I said, you're the pen wizard here.
Yeah, giving Red Eyes an in-archetype Dragon's Mirror would be great if it was also like a normal...
Like
also
I said,
just Ultimate Fusion is just every like new fusion gimmick, because like I said, it's parallel world fusion, but you're not like locked out of future summonings, but you get to shuffle back from fucking hand, field, or graveyard. That means you de-brick yourself, chat. You get the bricks out of your hand.
Mega, I'm sorry, I need to apologize for this, but like I would never stop bringing up basically all the shitty but like funny in an interesting way. Red Eyes will just be the grizzle of the meat continuously.
So 2 things. I like the card art for this because it has the 3 blue eyes going in circles.
Yeah, it's
almost
cool
forming an Ouroboros chain. I don't like the effect because it's too good.
Also, they made Flame Sword been actually interesting. So like maybe Red Eyes is hope eventually.
We just have to hope that the OCG stops trying to print new Red Eyes cards and lets the Maze of Masters it. I mean, at least all those decks have been interesting. I'm very happy with what they did for Gate Guardian and Flame Swordsman. Odeon, we need to see. Time will tell. But like,
also, I've thought about it, but yeah, honestly, if Red Eyes could just have a Necrofusion at all, that would be so good. It would just fix a lot of it.
I told you, Grave Robber Fusion. Give them. This is the hill I will die on until Konami
isn't there Time
steals
Machine?
my idea.
Also Time Machine Fusion would be cool too.
Could also be a good way, but like Grave Robber Fusion. Give Red Eyes a fusion spell that's like fucking Invocation and lets you use materials from either graveyard.
I mean, it'll fit with the fucking Red Eye Zombie stuff, so,
Honestly, also like a way to connect that to it also would be nice. Because Red Eye Zombie's pretty good.
Yeah, but they don't have
any...
They require zombie tuners, I think. They don't require any good way to
this is just a manga panel, I think. But like, it's nice.
Yes,
it's cleanly drawn.
Vision with Eyes of Blue. Let me check the trivia, actually. Trivia.
Okay, hold on. I can't be the only one who looks at this and just sees that.
Hey, chat. Yeah, Read the Weeb. Remember when you said that you were mad that they didn't do a manga panel of Red Eyes and Blue Eyes roaring at each other? Hey, guess what? This is from that panel, but we've cut Red Eyes out of it.
Which means the Red Eyes
from
has to be its own card.
Joey and Kaiba have in Duelist Kingdom with the dual disc, but it's just the Blue Eyes part, and there's no Kaiba in it. Like, it's the exact same pose.
Okay, but also, I can't be the only one who sees this image, and I know that what it is down there at the bottom is the dual disc projecting the image. It also looks like Blue Eyes is just taking a really hard piss with his aura.
His laser piss. I have an announcement. Anyway, Vision with Eyes of Blue is another continuous spell card that says, when you activate this card, you can reveal Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand, special summon a monster from your hand. Maybe like Blue Eyes White Dragon, I don't know. Once per turn, target a face-up monster you control, return that face-up card to the hand, then apply the following effect based on the original name of the card. If it was Blue Eyes White Dragon, summon one monster from your hand. If it was another monster, special summon one Blue Eyes monster from your hand. You only activate Vision with Eyes of Blue once per turn. Hey, by the way, this targets a card you control. So, we're finally going to make it to the structure deck, which is good because I am, like, we're almost at 4 hours. And I'm like,
yeah.
My eyes are getting blurry, my throat's getting dry, but I don't want to fucking stop.
I'm struggling.
I would give you water if I could, because I keep, like, walking around my house.
I mean, I could run and get.
What game's a good game? Let's go.
We're schmoovin'. And I have to like put up the new card. I can go grab a bottle, I guess, while you guys talk about this. But this is Maiden of White, or just Shiroki Otome, White Maiden. So hey, guess what? We retrained Maiden with Eyes of Blue, but we dropped the Eyes of Blue because that wasn't actually
new
referenced.
white woman jump scare.
And I will.
Her face looks a bit more.
It's a different angle shot. It's the same.
And she's down what? She's gold instead of silver, so I guess she like turned back into a person now. And then she's also at the Dragon Shrine.
This may sound insulting to some people, but her face reminds me of an early Nintendo 64 Legend of Zelda character.
That's fair. I was thinking it reminded me of an otter for some reason.
Very weird. Anyway, I am gonna run out and take a break real quick, so I will be right back.
The fucking Blue Eyes, like, Dragon of Soul and Pride dress she's wearing. It looks like the two of them are just yelling at each other at a crotch, like, ah!
I mean, that design's been on all of them. It's just that one's just like more obvious because it's gold instead of silver.
It has? Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, they've all been in there. Like, look up the art.
I don't want to.
Okay, dude.
Are you gonna try to force my sleep-deprived ass to do anything?
I shrug.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say I take your silence as a I don't care. Oh, those are petals. I honestly thought those were like random bits of jewelry she had strapped to her hair. Oh, so yeah, that is the Dragon Shrine, isn't it?
It is.
Huh.
All dragon cards are connected.
Somehow, yeah.
Which means the Keeper of the Dragon Shrine is in the same world as the Eyes of Blue.
Yeah. Man, I can't wait for the connection card where Blue Eyes has to fight Woodborg and Pachi. No,
Pachi actually in the same world as Keeper of the Shrine?
Fuck if I know. I just made a reach out of nowhere because it was funny.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, okay.
And also, I'm the Impachi stand. What do you want from me?
I know. I was gonna say, like, of course you just want to bring up Apache.
Yeah, he's just
Honestly,
a guy.
Well, if they made an Apache archetype, what do you think they'd have to do that wouldn't make it? That would not, so it wouldn't hurt your soul.
It'll be tough. You've got an Earth into like several fires with varying stat lines and levels.
Should it be like different types of Apachis and basically their burning forms, or like one that's like a fire elemental turned into like a stone thing?
It's a nice discussion. Let's table it for another time.
Okay.
Because we need to mock this card some more.
I just think the face is bad. Like, and the fingers are like the fingers on the right left hand are like kind of just to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry to the artist. The face is just getting to me.
It's just bad.
I'm not gonna say it's bad. It's just uncanny.
Okay, I guess it's like it just feels wrong for the art. Like her hair's fine. It's just kind of over the place because the braids just feel like they're just kind of attached. And her chest is just kind of really big for no reason.
Yeah, thank you, Zed. I caught a fish this big.
Like the gold is okay, but it also looks like that dress is like weirdly skin tight now. Like it's like hugging her curves. Also, like weirdly detailed knees.
All right, I'm back. I took a little extra time. I did not just get a bottle of water, but also I splashed some water in my face.
Just wondering.
And went around. Anyway,
what is the artist's secret fetish that they've added to this art? Because it's got to be something weird.
I think it's skin tight clothing.
Well, it does
Or the
follow her
knees,
body
as you
contours
said.
a little.
Like, the knees are very well detailed. They look like actual human knees, which is but like
It's how-
outside is like I think the nose and the face is just off.
Excuse me, sorry.
Her
It
chest is
clearly
just really
isn't
big for no
bored.
reason.
It clearly isn't Vor because they haven't drawn a really detailed mouth for no reason.
Anyway, Maiden of White is a level 1 light spellcaster tuner with 0/0, exact same stats as Eyes of White. But she says you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard, place a True Light from your hand, deck, or graveyard face up in your spell trap zone. Fuck you, Ash Blossom. If you special summon a Blue-Eyes White Dragon while this card's in your graveyard, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card. Like, for instance, if you special summon it off True Light. When a card or effect is activated that targets this card on the field, or when this card is targeted for an attack, quick effect, special summon a Blue-Eyes White Dragon, or a level 1 Light Tuner from your graveyard. You're going to use each effect once per turn. So it is a Maiden retrain, but it's not quite the same. You know, she does not summon the Blue Eyes from deck when targeted, but she does get stuff out of your graveyard. She recycles
Is she still a
herself.
tuner?
Yes, she's still a level 1 tuner herself.
Okay, good.
And her discard effect, place your iconic trap card. It's good. And then you immediately get to,
place
like,
the
chain it.
trap card behind you.
You put the trap card, you summon the Blue Eyes, you
I
summon her
don't,
back.
like, I don't know if you're
you
like,
summon-
I don't know if you heard any of the things we said on like earlier.
No.
Okay, well, reset the dragon shrine and whatever.
Oh, that part I did, because you said that part before I left.
Yeah, it's also just the art just seems kind of off, but I guess it's like it wouldn't be that bad if I was seeing it at actual card art size.
But the structure deck also had other weird things, speaking of weird retrains. Not needed at all, but they did do it. The first is Neo Kaiser Seahorse. So the previous Kaiser Seahorse was a light who could be used as a double light tribute. Which is basically the same card as Sea Serpent Warrior of Darkness, but that was a water and a normal. So they made Neo Kaiser Seahorse as the double tributor for lights, and it was a light Sea Serpent. And chat has already said it's weird that the Neo Kaiser becomes a dragon. It's not that weird, because remember, Sea Serpent has the character for dragon in it. But other than that, yeah, he's weird. He's a weird guy. So I realized my problem I've been having for the past like half hour is that somehow my preview window got paused, which is why it was like not keeping up. Anyway,
Okay, Axe.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Axe would be the one to know this. Why does he look like one of the fucking assholes that you'd make to summon fucking Galaxy Eyes?
Oh god, he would look like. I guess he looks like Galaxy Ever, but he also he makes you think of the Scarab Insector guy. Like you think of like the fucking.
I mean, this guy is like five
looks like a
other
fucking
different
Sentai mech.
guys. Yeah, I'm about to say this guy looks very, very like Tokusatsu in some way. He looks like he's adjacent to the Xyz armor things because
Yeah.
he's blue and he's got big
How could
shoulders
I
now.
forget?
Those are water. Yeah.
This is a Digimon looking ass guy.
He also is a fucking Digimon. Yeah.
No.
This is just a fucking Mega.
This is just an offshoot Royal Knight who wishes he was.
So,
like fucking
Neo Kaiser
Sea
Seahorse is a
Nitramon?
level 4 Light Dragon Tuna. 1700 attack, 1650 defense. If you control a Blue-Eyes White Dragon, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can target one Light Tuner you control, increase or decrease its level by 1. If this card's sent from the field to the graveyard, send a Blue-Eyes monster or one monster that mentions Blue-Eyes White Dragon from your deck to your graveyard, except Kaiser Seahorse. Neo Kaiser Seahorse, you're going to use each effect once per turn. So this is a flexible tuner that's a level 4, but also could be a 3 or a 5. Oh no. or it can be any of your others. Also, hey, by the way, that fucking target's a light tuner, so you could, you know, I don't know, fuck around and use Maiden, which, by the way, would make her a 2, so you could also do shit like Chaos Angel or other 10s, not just 9s. And it lets you fucking Foolish Burial. It's one of those cards that's, like, doing everything, but that is, like, good for it. And the payoff. Why would you need a level 4 tuner, chat? Who can be a level 3 if needed? It's because of this guy. Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. They made the big synchro. The synchro big. So still keeping Spirit Dragon's design language, still got some of that translucency, but also we added some purple, which is cool. But it also has ponytails now, which is less cool, but still makes sense, I guess. All right, they don't have anything to say.
I mean, that's just fucking cool looking. Like, though it has it's Diabelle's it's Diabelle's color scheme, but I think that's the other way around there.
Anyway, Spirit Dragon is a level 12 Light Dragon Synchro, 3,500, 4,000 stats. So, you know, again, playing around with keeping them switched. This requires 2+ tunas and 1 non-tuner Blue Eyes monster.
Oh, so that's why it turns to 304.
Yeah.
Omega, I do have
9, yeah.
I do have one comment on this guy.
Go for it.
Okay.
He's just yelling.
I mean, yeah, your impression of Blue Eyes White Dragon's iconic scream is terrible.
Look, my brain isn't working functionally, so I hope that wasn't too loud for the audience listeners.
It sounded like you covered your mouth. That was fine.
I did cover my mouth.
Yeah, I figured. Hey, remember how we talked about how regular Spirit Dragon was a floodgate of being pushed? Your opponent can't banish cards from your graveyard.
No, you can't get rid of Jet. No.
But also, there are certain interactions with cards like Malice, and arguably Bestials are still around as an option. It doesn't prevent them from banishing from their graveyard, so it's not like a complete shutout, but it's got a floodgate type effect, which is obviously, like, very relevant. Because the following effects once per turn. When a card or effect is activated on the field, negate, and this card gains 1,000 attack, so it becomes 45. So it is an Omni negate once per turn. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, special summon a Light Dragon from your graveyard except Spirit Dragon, so it floats also. So it protects your graveyard from being banished. It requires 2 tuners. But it has, like I said, a floodgate type effect. It has a once per turn Omni negate and gains 1,000 attack, which is pretty cool. And it floats. Very solid. Like, obviously, this isn't enough on its own, but it's pretty consistent to make this guy. If you combine this with, if you go a route that gets you to, say, Magia Master, you can, like, actually, you know, make multiple negates. And you got a lot of different stuff you can do. And also, I think the Ixie is a negate as well. Because let's talk about that. Because they got an Xyz. Indigo Eyes Silver Dragon. So you got Azure Eyes, and now you got Indigo Eyes. It's basically the same vibes as Azure Eyes. We got a moon, we got some stuff. We got kind of the same, like, armor plating and stuff. But this is a Light Dragon Ixie, rank 8. 4,000 attack, 0 defense, which for a rank 8 is still pretty big, but it does require 2 level 8 dragon monsters. Cool, great. They did put a little protection so you don't just immediately start jamming this in Galaxy Eyes now that they have room. It can't attack directly, and it has a normal monster's material. That's encouraging you to use Blue Eyes, and a little similar to Thunder and Dragon. You can use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card succeeds summoned, negate all face-up cards your opponent controls. Or negate the effects, I should say. But, just your opponent, their board is negated. You can detach one material, target one normal monster in your graveyard, or your banishment, special summon it. If you do, it gains 1,000 attack. So it's also Flare Metal's effect, but better. Admittedly, Flare Metal also has protection while it has material, but Flare Metal is not an AoE negate. And also doesn't get normal monsters back from your banishment. In fact, Red Eyes is notoriously bad at getting cards out of their banish zone.
It's just... I keep looking at this and I just keep thinking about... like, this makes me think of, like, just a very round person wearing armor. I don't know why, I just get that impression.
I think the armor's actually a little bigger than the normal one.
I just get the weird feeling that Blue Eyes has pulled a Vorthry. This motherfucker is flying at you going, I am righteousness!
He does have a little interesting little pose.
It's a Sin Eater! Fuck!
He's kind of white.
Also, with the way one of its claws is like extended up, it looks like it's also coming out of his shoulder.
Technically, you should leave that guy for last.
Perspective.
So.
It's weird.
Let's talk about the Link 1.
Oh yeah, they got one of those.
Yeah, the first classic Bat Chest archetype to do that.
Yeah. Surprised it wasn't Dark Magician.
But this is the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Which Spirit of Eyes of the Blue here, the card art is very clearly the Mausoleum of White. They have that little Blue Eyes statue. Well, apparently you know how they kind of like, they seem to like hatch from stone eggs and maybe turn to stone. Now you have presumably a small Blue Eyes hatching out of a statue or an egg.
The cycle is now fully shown.
Yeah.
Now we just see one of Blue Eyes' I guess... Never mind.
It just looks like he's staring at like the colorful wisp, but he's like, fuck off!
Spirit with Eyes of Blue is a light dragon Link 1 with a bottom left arrow. It has 300 attack, so that doesn't matter. Its materials, though, are 1 level 4 or lower, dragon or spellcaster monster. So basically, your whole ass deck, including Dictator of D. You can't special summon except dragons. Okay, cool, great. A perfect restriction for a Link monster. You can use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card's Link summoned, take a Mausoleum of White, add it to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. Probably add to hand.
I guess for Seals passing.
Guess what, though? This is also a Seals pass because you can tribute this card. Special summon a Blue Eyes monster from your hand or graveyard. But if you special summoned an effect monster by this effect, from your graveyard by this effect, not from your hand, by the way, it can't attack and its effects are negated. But yeah, no. Just crazy extender in Blue Eyes. Searches your field spell or puts it in your graveyard if that's preferred for some reason. And then you can tribute it to just special an extra Blue Eyes out, have it swap into a guy, or leave it on field to start, firing up Link climbing if you wanted to do that.
I am being undone by the fucking stupidity that's the hilarious funniness that is fucking Blue Eyes garbage. Fucking destroying me.
Well, we get in the 80s. There is a Blue Eyes white cat in Rush Duel. They've done some funny stuff. We're gonna talk about another honorary guy. This is a card that was for some reason.
The fucking main Eyes of Blue is a rush card, but she's like, Garu, that's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna go die. I'm gonna go melt in the corner like a fucking.
This is a card that is not in Master Duel yet. For some reason, they forgot to include it in the Blue Eyes set. But this is just like I said. This is another honorary Blue Eyes. This is Lightstorm Dragon. Because, your level 9 synchros are a little out of date. If you don't get what this card art is, this is literally Darkstorm Dragon, but he's white now. And Sage with Eyes of
it's
Blue,
White
aka
Hole.
Rider of the Stormwinds, is there. This is why Chad has been making the
It
whitewash.
became the Darkstorm Dragon.
Yeah.
So
So
the magic of White Hole.
it's very funny. This is a level 9 Light Dragon Synchro. It's completely generic, unlike the other two Blue Eyes Synchros, which require either normals or Blue Eyes monsters. 2700 attack, 3k defense. If this card's special summoned, target spell traps on the field with the number of normal monsters in your graveyard +1, destroy them. Cool, great. Secretly a Blue Eyes card. If this card's destroyed by a battle card effect, target a spell trap in your graveyard, set it, but it can't be activated unless you control a normal monster. You can use each effect once per turn. Yeah, so this is a card that was printed in...
Didn't Darkstorm a Gemini?
Yeah, Darkstorm was a Gemini.
Okay.
That's I think why Rider and Lightstorm also have that normal effect, but also it's a level 9 Light Dragon Synchro, so it's Blue Eyes. This was released in Supreme Darkness a little before the structure deck, so like obviously a intended synergy, but not a direct Blue Eyes, but has made the cut in the decks. We also have one last monster card, which is kind of ending out the Chronicle storyline in a weird way, while also technically being, I think, a generic 12. Let's see if this is a good... Yeah. Dragon Master Lord. So it's the Paladins of Bond and Unity, which is the synchro version of the two Unity guys, and then riding on top of Ultimate Dragon of Pride and Soul. And also, fucking wild.
It's a better look. It's
better, but the posing is still weird. Also, this
Yeah.
dragon needs to fucking take a nap. Look at those wrinkles.
that or it's ancient. I will say I do like Chronicle Magician and I guess Chronicle Apprentice. Is it?
I believe that is their names. I'll double check.
He looks cracked out of his fucking mind.
I think he's just ancient.
Yeah, Magicians
like,
of Bonds and Unity is the two of them together, and that is...
I always like their design. I like the designs because it's like I think it's cool as like ceremonial kind of cards, but I think it's cool.
Mhm.
I wish, ironically, I always feel like it'd be cool if there was a movie about these cards being used, but that's me.
You could see it. The main thing is this is a weird card where this is probably one of the most summonable out of these. So Dragon Master Lord, as he's called, or the Japanese name is Chokyukyoku Madoryu, Super Ultimate Magical Dragon King. But it's Master of Dragon Lord. Dragon Master Lord flows better. This is a Dark Dragon rank 12, the first Dragon rank 12, by the way. 5k, 5k. This card is not out in the TCG yet. It's upcoming in Alliance Insight. It's completely generic. It requires 2 level 12 monsters. So, again, probably one of the most accessible for weird cases. You can make Sync 12s in Blue Eyes now, obviously, so you could hypothetically play this. I don't think you need to, but it's funny. While you control the Succeed summoned card, your opponent can't target it with card effects, and it can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effect, so it's got the Chaos Max type beat. If this card, especially because if this card attacks a defense position monster while you have 25 or more cards in your graveyard, double piercing damage with 5k. So your opponent's dead. Probably. Once per turn, if your opponent has 25 or more cards in their graveyard, detach one material from this card, special summon a monster from your deck, extra deck, or graveyard. From anywhere. Again, really trying to make this thing kind of come together. I don't really know what you would do to put 25 guys in the graveyard, but, like, this is probably the best payoff to that, because it's a fucking untargetable, indestructible 5k guy with double piercing. Like, you don't even need the effect when your opponent has 25 or more cards. But I don't really know where you have the extra deck space to make rank 12s this way. But this kind of puts the button on the Pride and Soul and Chronicles Bonds and Unity type guys.
I still don't like his face in this image.
Your face is a little weird. Don't worry. We're going to get off it because we're going to end real quick with...
Thank fuck.
The spell traps. They added a few real quick.
I can't. I'm barely keeping myself together.
It's only 3 more cards, and we won't talk too long. First is Majesty of White Dragons. This is just some blue eyes. It's 2 regular blue eyes with an alternative for some ungodly reason. But it's a normal trap that says, show your opponent up to 3 blue eyes white dragons in your hand, face-up monster zone, or graveyard. Show your opponent cards in your graveyard, by the way, in Monster Zone. Destroy an equal number of cards your opponent controls. You can banish this card from your graveyard, ritual summon a ritual monster in your hand by tributing blue eyes from your hand or field whose levels equal its level. You only use each effect once per turn. So this just gives you an alternative to playing Chaos form, because you can search this with other ways. Because you can bin it and then banish it, but also you get to pop up to 3. So, for modern trap card design, decent. We also have kind of looking like a Silver's Cry type retrain, though probably not as cool. This is Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. And it's just the Silver's Cry art, but instead of it being Silver Dragon, it's regular blue eyes. Much like that one classic card art. This is a normal spell. It says, special summon in defense position a blue eyes monster from your deck, graveyard, or banishment. But if you control no blue eyes white dragon, you can only special summon blue eyes white dragon with this effect. Kind of an Eldritch type effect. You can't special summon from your extra deck for the rest of this turn except dragons. Oh no. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck by using monsters from your hand or field, including a blue eyes monster. You only use 1 Roar of Blue Eyed Dragons effect per turn, and only once that turn. So again, giving you another reason to Foolish Burial Goods some spells, because this gives you an alternative fusion. While also, like, giving you the ability to special summon, you know, a Blue Eyes back, and just get him out on the field. I think you still want to, like, possibly consider playing Ultimate Fusion, because you can only activate 1 Roar effect per turn. And, like I said, Roar requires you to use just hand or field. Ultimate shuffles back from a few places.
Oh. Sorry, I just realized this is the Kazan. Oh, like a homage to it.
Yeah, it's an homage to that art. And then we have, lastly, Wishes for Eyes of Blue, which was Prayers of Eyes of Blue in the OCG. We decided to shift that around. This is Maiden at the Dragon Shrine with Azure Eyes specifically, funnily enough. And some White Blossoms. Also, you know, when people talk about, oh, she'll... This is what I said earlier when people were like, oh, she'll transform. I don't know about that. I think she just summons dragons. She just summons dragon spirits. But this card says, discard a card. What's up?
What this is missing is just a fucking string attached to Azure Eyes, because he's a fucking crane game. That's what this looks like. He's just gonna scoop her up.
This says, discard a card, add a level 1 Light Tuner, and a spell trap that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck to your hand, except Wishes. You can banish this card to target a Blue Eyes you control. Equip a Blue Eyes monster from your extra deck as an equip spell that gives you 400 attack. You can use each effect once per turn. So, yes. This, I think, gives you an easy way to do certain setups, like make Tyrant Dragon and so on and so forth. Get some guys out of extra deck, which is very funny. Like I said, it's just discard 1, and then you get to... It's a fucking, you know, +0, right? Because it's discard a card, and you lose this card, but then you add a Light Tuner and a spell trap that mentions Blue Eyes. And then also you can banish it, and you can use each effect once per turn, so you can do both. Again, crazy good support card. The deck is super consistent. You have multiple, like, floodgate avenues. You can make a lot of big fucking guys. I think you have access to basically every good Blue Eyes fusion monster. You can even play, like I said, your own Blue Eyes ritual monsters to make the requirement of using a Chaos Ritual monster for Magia if you want to run that variant, because you can ritual summon with, not Visions, what was it? Majesty of White Dragons, the trap card. You can banish the trap card to ritual summon, so it's not like a brick. Like, there's just so many, like, options you have to play with these cards. And they're lean enough, like, yes, there's a lot of Blue Eye support, but many of them are kind of outdated. So you can run this deck lean enough that it's just, like, you know, probably you're still running mandatory 3 of the normals because you want to see a decent number of them, and sometimes you do need 3 of them for stuff. But, you know, you can run that. You can run some alternatives, or maybe still Dragon Spirit of White. And, you know, you can hit up the Primite engine, and you can hit up the whatchamacallit, like hand traps. Ooh, yes, Chad talked about that. That's good. We got a shitload of retrains of the classic psychic monsters. Now we have Serene Esper Girl, and so on. Or Serene Psychic Girl. But let's see if I can find a deck list for the Blue Eyes deck. Yeah. Here is, for reference, this was specifically a 10-pie Primite Blue Eyes that cleared a World Championship qualifier first place, a regional at first place, with 45 cards. And you can fit a fucking 10-pie package in here because 10-pie has been stripped to hell. So what they've got going on in here is you're just running 2 Maiden, 2 Sage, because those aren't normals, you can discard them. They're only playing 2 regular Blue Eyes, 3 Ether Barrel, hand traps out the wazoo, including a Magnemite, then like 1 each of a 10-pie name, 1 fucking Sangan Summoning, 1 Kaimen, the Primite stuff, 2 Wishes, 2 Roar, 1 Ultimate Fusion, 1 Mausoleum of Light, 2 Triple Attack, 3 Meltronius. Meltronius in main, by the way, crazy. That I hate when the meta can do that. 1 True Light, 3 fucking Imperm. Their extra deck is Neo Ultimate, 2 Burst, Ultimate Spirit, Moonlight Dragon, Lightstorm, Spirit Dragon, Seals, 2 Spirit with Eyes of Blue, the 2 10-pie fusions. They have fucking Aggregator and 1 Ryzeal Detonator in here because they can Meltronius it. So, like, this is, you can do some fucking spice. Let me see if I can find a purer Primite Blue Eyes. Yeah, this is a 41 cards, by the way. Also, apparently a lot of people are only doing the 2 Blue Eyes tech. I personally, if I was doing this, I would run 3 and just make it 42. It's not 41. I'd go crazy. But this is another example of just, like, you can cut the 10-pie engine and triple up on Sage. You're still running the Ether Barrels, all the hand traps. You know, you go from 2 to 3 for shit like Wishes. They're running a Prospeed.
Huh.
Tactics, Majesty, True Light, Dominus Purge. The one called by You're Allowed. Their extra is just, like I said, like you're running Neo Ultimate, and then because you can do the Banish effect, and you've got Trident, Moonlight Dragon, Spirit Ultimate. They got a Chaos Angel. They got a Typhon, aka a Surrender Button. 2 Seals Pass, Line of the Light Tremor. So, like, obviously the Primite core is very important to this, but within that, you've got a lot of options to, like, work with the deck and run a lot of different stuff. Like I said, there are people who are running a 45 build with, like, a baby 10-pie engine in there. There's literally 1 of every name. You have a lot of variance in the ratios. It does seem like there's a lot of winning decks, like I said, are only running 2 of the Blue Eyes, so these days you're not even running necessarily at top tables. You don't even have to run shit like Alternative and Spirit of White. So again, you probably could. Won't be as consistent as if you're running a Primite engine, but if you You can probably still beat up your locals with a Blue Eyes deck that's pure Blue Eyes. But it's really put them in a place where they've got good support, and like I said, the deck's very consistent at a lot of good things. But yeah, that's Blue Eyes. This took 4 hours and 20 minutes, just Blaze. We're all going to need to be blazed after this. I don't know what we're doing next week.
Just Blue Eyes, blaze it.
God, it took you a while, but you got there. It's okay. We did for 4.5 hours. I don't know what we're doing next week. I'm not going to think about it. You'll find out when I figure it out.
We're
but
not
it's
doing
almost
Dark Magician,
fucking
I think.
midnight here.
We're not doing Dark Magician, I think.
No, we have done Dark Magician already, so we don't need to. We're good.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, Lost fucking leaving. We'll catch you up.
I guess we do Primite next.
Nah, we don't do Primate. I don't even know if that's done. We'll figure it out. Like I said, we'll figure out a different time. Maybe we'll cube.
We didn't do oh boy new cards, but yeah.
Anyway,
K9, but...
we'll catch you up with all the news and stuff. Tune in. I don't know exactly what we're streaming tomorrow, but I'm because we didn't actually stream 14 because my internet was super fucked. By the way, my internet's the best it's been all fucking like month. And watch tomorrow. The frames are going to be terrible for some ungodly reason.
It likes the Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, like we're down at like 10% dropped frames. Like this connection has been crystal clear. Watch tomorrow. I'm gonna boot up 14 and it's gonna be like 50% again, and I'm just gonna be like, why?
It just doesn't like the MMOs anymore.
But Butterbutt, we'll catch you next time. Like I said, tune in, and we've got a few different things to talk about. Maybe we'll be Cuban, maybe we won't. And we'll be hopefully back to business as usual. We'll check in later. We do have a poll running on Patreon at the 5 and up level to pick one. I think Resonator was actually in charge, but it might have been Kawaki Mairu. Anyway, I don't want to check. It's almost midnight. We're getting out of here.
Fun,
make sure to log into FGO, everybody. Good night. Good luck. Have fun.
I've learned so much. I've learned so much from fucking. I've learned so much about Japanese